Hello everybody, welcome. Why is chat not showing up? Hold on. Somebody send a message. Let me make sure it's not just a bug. Because I want you all to be visible for this. You all interacting with the lore of Destiny is part of the whole reason we're here. There it is. Plenty of messages. Welcome everybody. Let me just get this cracked open. It is just an unscrewing bottle. I'm not doing anything too fancy with it. I have acquired Kendall Jackson Vintner's Reserve Sauvignon Blanc. Sauvignon? I don't actually know how to pronounce that. I have a literal goblet that I have borrowed from my roommate since I don't drink much. That isn't to say I don't drink at all. However, I do usually leave the drinking for events with friends and things of a similar caliber. And this one qualifies. What we're doing here today is we are going to be having a bit of wine. I've already dined, so I have some food in me. I have plenty of water on standby, and I will be attempting to drink in moderation. But we are going to be replicating something that has happened at MagFest for several years now, even when I try not to. At MagFest, repeatedly, when we have a night where we have a bunch of wine, right, I have maybe spent a couple hours telling somebody about the lore of Destiny. This last year was Diabetes, who now knows a not insignificant amount of the lore of Destiny. The wine cube, yes. The wine cubes, plural. But they're for everybody, and this one is just for me. Is it traditional for the audience to also imbibe? Usually other people are, but I'm not going to say you all have to. Hooray for Destiny lore and any possible tie-ins to Halo and Marathon lore and possibly pathways into Darkness and Myth. Myth, probably not. PID and Marathon and Halo, we'll see. This is what happens when I have a friend over. I get drunk and rant about One Piece or something. That makes sense. I'm gonna give people a couple of minutes to kind of filter in while we get started. Just, you know, a little bit of... Okay, the only tie I can think of between Myth and Destiny is that there is a council of powerful figures in Myth called the Nine. They are not the same as the Nine from Destiny. So... that's pretty good, actually. I like that. Myth has that really big hole. Maybe that's... everybody always wants to talk about the hole in the ground from Myth. The magic in Myth might be caused by the working Cackentor in that big hole. Maybe. But also, I am a firm believer, I am not out here trying to show you all the corkboard that means that the working Cackentor is the Traveler. However... hold on one sec. However, I am going to tell you that there is a distinct possibility that Bungie games, as with many games from developers that continue telling stories, may in fact draw from similar inspirations and may tell stories about similar themes. Does that track? Are we good? We good with that? I am also probably going to Newbies just sent me a picture, and I think it's because there are arch witches in it. They seem pretty cool. I like them. Oh, I'm in the wrong channel. There we go. You ever just think about parallels in different stories constantly? Tell me about it. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna give people some time to kind of filter in, and then I think on the hour, we will start talking about it. But in the meantime, how are you all doing? Are you all settled in? Do you have your snacks? Are you enjoying your Saturday? Things going good? You're having a weekend? Oh, well, I hope that this can improve things for you. If it is a weekend, capital A, capital W. I'm getting them. Hold on. You're really excited to see me go through Final Shape once that's out. Well, I'll be trying to go into it on Tuesday. I got that time off work for a reason. And that reason was to prepare for the raid on Friday. You gotta finish that last talk spray drawing this weekend? Oh, that makes sense. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Went to the game store to play cards and kept winging cards, so they told me I need to go to Washington, D.C. to play cards, but for money. Ah. Just like what happens in casinos, where if you win too good, they tell you to go to a more valuable casino. Hey, Ziggy. Hope you're doing well. Excuse me. You have snacks and a good drink, and you can't wait to get lost. I am aiming for people to not get lost. Dest of Knee. Mud of Arm and Dest of Knee. Brian, thank you so much for the sub. Not a fish, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. We are going to be starting soon. On the hour, specifically. That way I can get a little bit of the wine in me first, though I don't know how long it takes to affect me. I'm assuming 15 minutes is too short. But we'll see. And in the meantime, I have a little chocolate muffin here. I have some olives. Disaster Millennial, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. Let me put the alerts above the hat. Cool hat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Are we going to recap the previous lore dump stream? That'll be in here. I'm going to be recapping the entirety of Destiny up to this point. Okay, and I'm going to get this out of the way now. This will be, quotation marks, comprehensive. Okay? That means that, not that I am going to get every single thing exactly right, or that I am going to attempt to be perfectly accurate with everything I find out from Destiny, or everything I know from Destiny. What it does mean is that I am going to be doing my very best to recap everything from the start of the timeline to now, so you have some idea of what the fuck is going on Tuesday. Okay? Now, the stream's a primary source and can be used for APA citation on your scholarly documents? No. However, the 10-hour-long video from My Name is Bife that apparently came out today or yesterday, that is a primary source and can be cited. Okay? So if you really want the whole story, and I do mean the whole story, Bife's video is there. Just go watch it. If you want to spend less than 10 hours, but maybe a little bit less accurately and with a little bit more wine and just hanging out, that'll be here. Now, I will say, whole story myth connection, question marks? No. I will say, I'm probably not going to be pulling up pictures. I debated it, but I think this is just going to be purely, we're sitting here, we're listening to Destiny music, and I'm recapping the expansions. Okay? Alright. I'm just going to find like Destiny OST playlist on YouTube, and I'm just going to go through it, right? Destiny 1 and 2 OST, all expansions and seasons. 347 videos. It's a lot. It's a lot. The game has been going for a couple of years now, and as such, there's a lot of Destiny to cover. Instead of the Paul McCartney for the backing? No. No. We're not doing that. If by some fucking miracle, Hope for the Future comes up on the shuffle, then, and only then, what about the Paul McCartney hologram? Questionable legitimacy. Now, I'm not going to say I'm in a situation of tummy hort, but I am in a situation of tummy rumbly. So if you hear me experience some slight stomach discomfort, one, I'm fine. I'm not going to push past my limits. And two, no, you didn't. You didn't hear that. Understood? Braver than the troops. What can I say? I should hope I can't hear it. Listen, sometimes when my tummy get grumbly, audible. Like anime, you hear it no matter what. That's true, actually. That's actually just accurate. Okay, and I think I did put out the notifications everywhere. Blue Sky Twitter co-host. So whatever service you're using. You should have seen it as long as you're following me on there. Emily PowerPoint presentations. I am also going to put a hand up. This is not a PowerPoint. This is relatively impromptu. That's not to say that, like, I have done no preparation. However, I get my Twitch alerts via carrier pigeon, as you do. I am going to say, however, that we are... I hope there's an entire section dedicated to Taniks. 1N. But also, he'll come up. He can't not. Tenix has no section, needs no primer. Oh, hold on. Are people posting their blue engram lists on my Destiny Discord? Hold on. I'm going to post that I am only missing 6 weapons and let them just see it. I'm going to pull open Paint and just cut out the incomplete section that has 6 guns on it. Though apparently I haven't crafted a Bria's Love or an Epicurean yet for some reason. So I'll have to do that. You took a walk and listened to that bite video as a podcast and can highly recommend going through that video that way. That seems good, especially if you need like visual guides to whoever everybody is, because I have no doubt he put that on there. Brian, did you appreciate my 6 unacquired guns, 4 of which are from Crota's End? And the other 2 were from Last Wish, so, you know, I'm doing pretty good. What the fuck? Hey, I have a hobby. I am trying to get all of the craftable Destiny guns, and I could, technically, run a bunch of Crota's End, or I could wait until the raid team runs it and then just get my deep sights that way, and why wouldn't I do that? Like, honestly. The bite video does extremely sound like something to turn on to grinding, too, right? Alright, so this bottle is what? Yeah, it's 3/4 of a liter is this bottle of wine. 750 milliliters. This goblet is fairly large. I don't think I should drink this entire bottle myself. Fixed odds, my beloved. I had to run that shit with Kavanaugh to get the fixed odds. Probably shouldn't. Yeah, I'm gonna have like half the bottle. That's like 2 goblets. Two gobs of wine. More of a chalice user. This might be a chalice, actually. It's like stouter. Kind of flares up very widely. And then goes vertical very quickly. If somebody shot this out of my hand, I would begin our boss fight. Put it that way. Yeah, I made sure I was well fed. I'm going to make sure that I am well hydrated. But it is 7 o'clock, so without further ado, I think it's time to get started. Picture, if you will, modern day. Or modern day back when Destiny came out. It's like 2014, 13, something like that. 2017. It's been like 7 years, right? It's about a decade of Destiny, right? Oh, I should change the music and get it started. Hold on. Volume good? Bit loud or good? Tad too loud? Maybe? But this game came out 10 years ago. I checked. Alright, so 10 years ago, modern day, humanity notices that there is something that has entered the solar system. Some kind of weird object that's hopping from planet to planet and is coming inwards. Humanity, normally one to kind of shit the bed and argue with itself, decides, okay, that's a problem. And they band together to make a single exploratory mission to find out what the fuck that is. Right? Turns out what it is it's a large orb. We name it the Traveler, and it causes a golden age of humanity. Wrong tube. We're good. There is a weird orb detected in the solar system. It is the Traveler. It uplifts us to a golden age. Now, during this golden age, humanity establishes colonies all throughout the solar system. We've got those shits laid down everywhere, right? We expand the human lifetime by like 200 years, or up to like 200 years. 150 to 200. Literally, like, advances in science, medicine, spacefaring technology. We discover a programmable matter named Glimmer, which now just functions as currency. We discover means to convey complicated objects stored inside of a small prism known as a, oh my god, an engram. And you just unlock it and it pops back into the thing it was, whether that be whatever loot you got. I probably shouldn't have this on shuffle, actually. Let's just start from the beginning, shall we? That's the good stuff. That is that good stuff. So, everything's great. We're having a great time. Until a couple years down the line, a force known as the Darkness shows up. It shows up at the solar system, encroaches inward, and crushes every single human colony in the solar system. Absolutely just tears our shit asunder. And then it reaches Earth, it tries to get through, and information lost to time. It fails. But what we do know is that the Traveler defended us, and that when it went to sleep, it released a lot of little funny guys called ghosts. And those ghosts had within them the ability to raise people from the dead. Not multiple people per ghost, but a single ghost to a single person. And that person would be a light bearer. And a light bearer was just someone who could use the light. Magic, if you will. So, its job finished for now, and its guardians, or at the very least its protectors, seated throughout the solar system. The Traveler goes to sleep, and humanity, scattered, is fucked. Like, fully. Like, there is nothing left. By the time, there are holdouts of civilization around the place, but that is pretty much it. So, naturally, we're like, okay, that's pretty bad. How much worse could it get? So, the enemy races of destiny. First up that showed up in the solar system are a faction known as the Fallen. Originally known as a race called the Eliksni, which is, we'll get back into the Eliksni later. The Fallen are scavengers, and they had the orb last. They chased it to our solar system after it left, and they want it back. Failing that, they scavenge all of our Golden Age technology and try to make new technology out of it. They are characterized by having 4 arms and being kind of, they got kind of glowy eyes. And they like to fight with, you know, sniper rifles, a couple of swords, and stuff like that. And they generally have kind of a hierarchical, like, ship command structure. They are a vagrant race at this point, after their homeworld had been destroyed. So they scavenge, they survive, and they want the orb back. The second of the enemy faction, they show up in this. First off, the Fallen show up in the solar system and start rifling through all of humanity's fallen structures. All of those Golden Age cities I mentioned, those are getting looted for parts. All of that stuff, bad for us. Because eventually they're going to hit Earth, and that's where the remaining humans are. So, not great. Next up, into the system shows up some bugs. Not exactly bugs, they're humanoid. They got arms and legs, but they're chitinous. They got 3 eyes, 2 of the regular ones, 1 in the middle of the forehead. And they seem to be some degree of magic, right? They are magical bugs, and their naming convention... Oh yes, I should mention, the naming conventions of enemy races are usually themed. For the Fallen, you have names such as dregs, captains. Eliksni's kind of bugs too. They're little bugs, yeah. You always thought the space rhinos were the second to show up? I might have the order wrong. Hold on, let me check the timeline. The Collapse. Oh yeah, the Cabal showed up next. It's kind of close, right? But the Hive didn't actually fight with us yet. The Hive showed up and kind of set up shop in the moon and started tunneling in and making like a little ant net and a little ant hill that would later be called the Hellmouth because it's very large and it's a hole. Around this time, you're like, well, 2 enemy factions showing up in the solar system is bad. Surely that's it. Faction number 3 shows up, the Cabal. They're the military. Like, imagine a military, they're that. They are also an empire. Their theming is vaguely like Roman legion kind of thing. You got like legionaries, you've got like Valuses, you've got like dogs. Yeah, Space Rome. Space Rome shows up in the solar system. Because they go, well, because here's the thing. Space Rome is actually kind of a conquering civilization. Then they go, there's a magic orb over there. We could use that, right? Whereas the Fallen were just going like, that's our orb, we'd like it back. And the Hive are here for their own reasons, which we'll go into later. But just for now, know that they're space bugs and they're magic and they're in the moon. Right? So, we eventually, at some point, start terraforming before the collapse. So we're rewinding very slightly. We go and we try to terraform Venus, and we find out that robots live in Venus. Like they've actually already terraformed a lot of the planet, which is weird, right? Because we never saw them do that. So when did they do that? Well, that's not a very good question to ask because those are the Vex. And the Vex are robots, right? Who exist atemporally. Which that's a word I'll use for them a lot, but it just means they don't share a traditional like relationship to space-time, right? They share kind of a we can go back and forward as we want. Right? So whenever the Vex showed up on Venus, the Vex immediately spread forward and backward temporally. Paracausal entities. No, very specifically not. Causal and paracausal are very specific terms within Destiny. Causal, the Vex, while atemporal, are still causal. They can change the cause of things, but they have to change the cause of things for one of their actions to exist, if that makes sense. So, like, the Vex can go backwards and change time, and that'll cause something. But paracausality, which is the term that I will be using for... Paracausality, if I ever say that, you can just assume magic, right? Andy Bumble, thank you so much for the follow. There is magic in the Destiny universe, and that is called paracausality. Because where normally you have a cause and an effect, you light a match, there's a chemical reaction, that causes flame, flame releases energy. The light and the darkness just go, I have the light, I'm creating energy. Okay? The light has me able to make energy. So, the Vex are inside of Venus. It doesn't matter when it happened because once it happened whenever. And I do mean whenever. So those are our 4 enemy factions, and we'll never have any more. It's only those 4, thank goodness.
I'm glad.
Create energy out of nothing, or yes, create energy out of nothing. Hello, Doc. Welcome. We're still pretty early. I'm explaining the enemy races.
4 enemy factions, and they're all done.
And that's it. That's all we're going to have is 4.
Mm-hmm.
Create energy out of nothing. Yes, you have the light, therefore you can create energy out of nothing. The Traveler was a terraforming entity that used this ability to turn planets into garden worlds. Alright, I've poured my second and only second glass of wine. That's it. After I do the 2, we're cutting it there. Just to be careful. The Vex happened to Venus. Exactly. But yeah, have you ever wondered why Guardians can throw like little supernovas out their hands? That's why. So, during the collapse happens, humanity's fucked. We're like, well, that was the worst thing that's ever happened to us, but at least it's over. Then the Fallen show up, then the Cabal show up, then the Hive show up. Things are going bad for humanity. At this point, the ghosts that the Traveler released start raising dead people to life. Okay? Like, actively, they just bring them back. These people have no memories. These people have magical abilities. And humanity's under threat by alien races. So naturally, all of these people became feudal lords and subjugated and killed a great many people. I'm checking my... Was that supposed to happen? It sounds like that's not supposed to happen. That sounds bad. Aren't the Guardians the good guys? What happened to them? Huh? Well. Lore, you're here for the lore. Yes, you are. So, the rise of the warlords begins. The warlords create chaos and anarchy, which reigns to about a decent chunk of the Dark Age, as it's called, which is post-collapse. The collapse largely is the term for when the darkness showed up and kicked our shit in the mouth. So, we are going to rewind at a couple of key points and kind of go over history that has happened here in the meantime, but for now, this is what we need to know. Eventually, Lord Radagast, Lord Saladin Forge, and Lady Yolder go, I've had enough of these goddamn warlords. We are going to stop this. We are going to just beat them up. And we are going to take command as the Iron Lords, who will defend the innocent and be justice and law and all of that good stuff in this lawless wasteland following the collapse. Right? And about this time, people start saying, hey, underneath the Traveler, you know where the Traveler's just sitting on Earth? I think somebody's building a city there. There are a couple people hanging out under it, and it seems to be sort of safe. I don't really understand why, but like if there's a safe place to like make camp under the Traveler, we might as well check it out, right? So, a couple of people show up, they join the Iron Lords. The Iron Lords, by and large, what about the blue people? We'll talk about them later. But we'll talk about them soon. Can everybody see where the orb is? Oh yeah, it's huge. It's huge, and it sits in the sky like a couple miles above the planet. And that's like it. Like it's a limited number of skyscrapers above the ground. Orb is not trying to hide, but it is sleeping. So, underneath the orb, people decide to build a city together. They get together and they build what's known as the Last City. Is that later? No, it's not later, but I will be explaining it later. Like I said, I'm going to be rewinding at a couple key points. So, people and robot people called the Exo, who were kind of a, like, they were an artificial human race, but they were actual, like, AI consciousnesses of people that were uploaded to robots. The robot people and the human people go to the last city. And this one got rebuilt and so became the last city. Meanwhile, a bunch of blue people pop into existence in the asteroid belt, in an area called the Reef. So as it turns out, back when the collapse was happening, back when everything was getting real fucked up, right? It turns out there was a colony ship that was on its way out of the solar system, right? And that colony ship had a couple of twins on board. Had a couple of other folks. Just like a couple thousand, people. And as the darkness is rolling in and as the orb is fighting back, they hang a bullhorn out the window. And they go, we're really trying to get away from Orb Town because we don't really believe in its whole benevolent savior gimmick. We are just going to hang out and we're going to leave this solar system. Please don't kill us. And for this, they are rent apart by primal forces of light and darkness, and their essences are cast into a pocket dimension that is formed inside of a black hole.
That sucks for them.
Does suck for them. However, their queen wakes up. And then the rest of them start to wake up. And they're all people, but they're blue now. So they all go, okay, we're probably fine. We're, I don't know exactly what happened, but we seem to be awake and we seem to be, in a little bit of paradise. So they they form a new society. And for a significant amount of time, we're talking like in the lengths of actual rise and fall of civilization's length of time. They form their own civilization. They have kids. They establish a whole life for themselves. And all the while, their queen is dealing with a kind of rebellious upstart called Mara Sov, who was also on the ship before with her twin brother, whose name is now Uldren Sov. Now, the queen doesn't really trust Mara, right? Mara was one of the first people to wake up. After the queen, obviously. The queen was the first to wake up, obviously. But Mara's just got she's got kind of that look on her face where you never quite know what she's thinking. She's got that porcelain mask sort of situation going on. And
Baron from the Baronies energy.
Baron from the Baronies energy, but on a person, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So the queen's just like, hey, Mara, you're not inspiring rebellion among the people, right? You're not fermenting dissent among the people of this actual literal paradise, right? That would be kind of fucked up of you and evil. And Mara's like, no, of course not. That'd be crazy. And so a local, I don't know what to call her, a local warrior. Is the queen because she woke up first? Yeah, and by waking up first, she kind of set the rules for reality. She was just like, okay, yeah, we're people, we got a paradise. Because the world wasn't really made when they got in there. It was kind of shaped by thought by the first person to wake up. And there are rumors even from some of the more heretical elements that the queen may have doomed them all to mortality by not imagining them as immortal and godlike. Right? So there are rumors that the queen may have cursed them to mortality, albeit very long-lived mortality. And then this kind of cool lady shows up named Shur Ido, who goes, that Mara Sov person is very clearly up to shit, and I'm going to prove it. I challenge her for combat to the pain. And she's like, okay, I choose a champion, and my brother Uldren will do 1 round with knives, 1 round with guns, and 1 round with spaceships. So naturally, because there are 3 rounds, they tie on 1, and then they tie on everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So since Shur didn't really know what to do, she pledges herself to Mara's service and falls in love with her. Over time. I'm cutting through a lot, but we're going to have to. It's a lot of history. If it was paradise, how could there be a rebellion? There's still people in it. Hold on, I'm checking something here. I realized I may have not looked up when Shur died. Spoilers, she's not around. Aha. Okay, cool. Got it. Understood. Now then. So, Mara eventually goes up to the queen and says, hey, there's a pretty big movement for us to leave paradise because that heretical sect that said you doomed us to mortality is also saying that we aren't, strictly speaking, alone. That our reality was created by a superior reality, that we're in a pocket dimension, and that we came from a war, and we have to return to that war. And the queen's just like, that's crazy, let's stay in paradise. And Mara's like, I'm gonna go, though. And the queen's like, okay, Mara, you did all of this, right? Like, I need to be clear, this is all your fault, right? And Mara goes, yes, but more than you're thinking. I woke up first and doomed us to mortality. I have been fermenting rebellion against you for thousands of years. I have caused the rift in our people. I caused the war that killed an untold number of immortal beings. Otherwise immortal beings. They're still mortal in that they can be killed, but they cannot die of, like, old age or anything like that. So Mara's doing all this because she believes that there has to be a return to the parent reality of wherever they are currently staying, known as the distributary. And the queen goes, oh, here all this time I thought I was the devil from Bible, but it was you. Get out of my reality and never return. And Mara's just like, cool, I'm taking my mom. And she's just like, your mom doesn't want to leave. And this is deeply damaging. So Mara leaves, Uldren leaves, and everybody else leaves. They arrive in the reef and they start making a city. And Mara's researchers go up to her and they're just like, ma'am, you're never going to believe this. And she's like, what? And they're like, out here in this reality, we are slightly magic. And she's just like, what do you mean slightly magic? And they're like, well, you know how like our world operated purely by rules down there? In this one, in this reality we have here, there's some kind of non-causal force, and we seem to be a little bit of it. She's just like, that's pretty sick. We should research that. So the Awoken set up a city in a smaller pocket dimension called the Dreaming City in the reef, where they take up residence. It takes them a while to do. And to do it, they have to enlist the help of dragons that grant wishes, which are real in the Destiny canon.
Destiny and the Neverending Story are actually the exact same story. You just
They're
have
not.
to really
They're really not. They're really
They're
not.
exactly the
They're
same.
not the
You
same
have
story.
To pay attention really
You
hard.
no, I'm not paying that hard of attention, and I'm still saying
This is
no.
not an indictment on Destiny. It's more of a people just don't like look into the real expansion of the Neverending Story. Is all I'm saying.
Okay. I won't fight you on this. Let him cook. No, do not let him cook. Keep him out of the kitchen for once in his life.
Hey, you've eaten my food. You know it's good.
I do know it's good. So, the dragons arrived shortly after the Traveler did in the system, and they are dragons that kind of genie-like feed off of granting wishes. In that they feed off of the difference between what you wish for and what you want. Like, they feed off of your wants, so they want you to keep wanting things, but they want you to want new things. So they have to kind of, like, grant some of your wish, but in like kind of a monkey's paw way that keeps you wishing for more. It's kind of like, you know, they gotta keep you on the hook for continued service, right? So one of these dragons, Riven, Mara grabs and she uses her to make a big pocket dimension city, and we're gonna leave the Awoken for a bit because back on Earth there's a city being made. And it's called the Last City.
Really, they really shouldn't have named it that. They should
At the time it
hope that they
really
can have another
was.
one.
No, at the time it was the last city as far as they were aware. The last city on Earth, certainly. Now, there were a ton of refugees coming into the city, and there are a bunch of factions that start popping up all over the place. And each one of them is kind of vying for control of the one functioning safe space left for humanity, right? So, during this time of unrest, an incredibly noble guardian who nothing bad will ever happen to, called Rezyl Azzir, forms a faction of Lightbearers known as Guardians, whose job is to protect the Last City and the Orb.
They who carry the football themselves.
Mm-hmm. They who football the most. At this time, the Fallen have made their way to Earth, and they are starting to really kind of get up in our shit, right? Hold on, I'm looking a bit to the left pretty frequently. Yeah. First and, well, ongoing job for Guardians is City Guard. Like, it's one of those things where that is the actual function of the Guardian, is they are here to guard the Last City from outside threats, and inside threats, and other threats, and non-linear threats, and anything else. They are the Guardians of the Last City. That's the title. But more broadly, they're, you know, Guardians. So they also start to form into classes as they realize that, like, they have different hobbies and they have different things. They have different clubs they want to join, and it's not a Harry Potter style academic tracking system, because they're all adults and they can join whatever club they want. But we see beginnings of factions such as the Titans, who focus on defending the city, Warlocks, who focus on research, and Hunters, who focus on fucking off for adventure. Realistically, Hunters focus on out-of-city operations. It's kind of hard to rein them in, but you don't want to, if that makes sense. So, the Fallen are starting to attack the Last City, though, and eventually, everybody has to band together for what is known as the Battle of Six Fronts. The Battle of Six Fronts is so known because there were 6 major sites of attack and 4 major legions of Titans stuck around the city to defend them. This is a massive fucking W for the Guardians. And during this, there are some like small like rifts that are formed. There are some interpersonal conflicts that cause future issues that we won't be going over this stream, because there are a lot of interpersonal stuff and not really the history of the world. But suffice to say that during the Battle of Six Fronts, the Guardians really make a name for themselves as kind of the motherfuckers around. The biggest W for the Titans in history. They successfully defend the Last City so good that nobody really dares attack it again. Usually. At some point, we also launch an expedition to the Reef, and they literally walk into the Queen's chambers like, "Ma'am, you're not going to believe this. What is it?" "We found another living person and they shot me." And she's like, "What?" And they're like, "And then we shot them back and they died, but they came back." She's like, "That's a lot, but I guess if we're magic now, a bunch of stuff is gonna be happening, huh?" So, during this time, a couple of Titans also try to get some nanotechnology up and running that they located in the mountains. They don't ever really like succeed with it. I'm sure we won't hear about that again. But don't really worry about the nanotechnology mountain. It's just, we can just have that. It's okay. So, after that, the city and the Vanguard, who have started to be formed, notably, it's a couple of very famous folks from the community. Osiris, who is a warlock and kind of very knowledgeable. Saint 14, who is arguably the greatest Titan to have ever lived. And a revolving door of hunters. Hunters are the type where they can't actually, you can't get any of them to hold political office for long. So what they did is they established a rule. There is something known as the Vanguard Dare, where a hunter will dare another hunter, and if they lose the dare, one of them goes into government service for a couple years as the head of the organization that has to do all the paperwork. A fate worse than death, clearly. So, at this time, a notable guardian, notices that there's some kind of weird bug presence, that may have come from somewhere. We're not sure where it came from. There's some weird like bug guys that are showing up a little bit on Earth. And one guy, Toland, gets so into researching him that we get a little bit worried and we exile him from the city. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll never come up again. Also right about this time, there's a hotshot young hunter named Cade 6 that's making a name for himself with a couple members of his crew. I'm sure I don't mention him for any particular reason. So, Saint 14, Osiris, and whatever hunter was running the Vanguard at the time decide, okay, not only us, but a lot of people have been making deals with the wish-granting dragons, and they're way too dangerous. Like, these are very explicitly predators that are feeding on us, and also the presence of one makes it so somebody could feasibly severely upset the balance of power or of reality at any given time. And that's bad. We don't want that. So we go on a hunt, and we kill a lot of dragons. All of the dragons, as far as we're aware. The dragons, known as the Ahamkara, are, to the best of our knowledge, extinct. I've moved on from the muffin to the olives.
Getting really deep in it now, then.
Mm-hmm. Now, the Ahamkara did die, but them being kind of creatures of granting wish and myth and legend don't share a traditional relationship with the nature of death. And so their bones and their bits and their pieces continue to whisper to guardians long after their death, and still contain some sort of paracausal properties even after the creatures themselves have been dead for some time. Okay? So, at this point, after the show of the bugs on Earth, we figured out the bugs are in the moon. Obviously, those bugs are from the moon. We are immortal, war-forged badasses, and they are a couple of chitinous bug men in the moon. What are we going to do? Or what are they going to do to us? So anyway, the Guardians then took part in what is known after the fact as the Great Disaster.
Sounds pretty good. I'm sure this is fine.
Things went poorly. The Guardians were doing okay versus the traditionally alive bugs. But then a real son of a bitch named Crota shows up, and Crota is functionally invincible and functionally immortal, and the Hive seem to be able to permanently kill Guardians. So things go very poorly. things go so poorly that the Vanguard, the Hunter Warlock Titan trio that kind of runs the Guardian side of things for the city. By the way, there is a ruling, like, there is a, not ruling, but like representative faction of the city for the mortal people within the city. The Vanguard is just the Guardian part of that. So yeah, we get booted off the moon so hard that we cease offensive action for a not insignificant amount of time. It's called the Great Disaster, and we declare the moon off limits. So that's bad for us. Now you might be asking yourself, well, why didn't Crota just kill us at the time? Well, due to a system we'll explain later, the Hive require tithing of, like, killing and murder and lots of other stuff upwards, right? They have kind of a pyramid scheme going, where you keep as much as you need and then you pass the rest upward, and eventually that goes to the gods and kings at the top of the pyramid. Crota is not a king. He is, for all intents and purposes, a prince, but he is still royalty, and he does still require a lot of tithing to retain that position. So when a knight of his father's and a knight of his aunt's fight and lose a bunch of tribute that he was supposed to get, he has to go to sleep for a while. You ever see a duel so bad you have to immediately go to sleep?
Constantly.
So Crota goes to sleep and does not immediately wipe out everybody. Because he did expend a lot of energy killing us, even if, like, we're not going to do it. So he's asleep. So a enterprising young raid team, a fire team of 6 guardians, decides it's time to kill that motherfucker, and then we can take back the moon. So Wei Ning, Ariana 3, Veltarlo, Omuraga, Saimota, Toland, and Eris Morn all go to the moon. Right? A fire team of 6 guardians pops up to the moon and goes, okay. Toland's back. Well, if we're going to hunt Hive royalty, we gotta find the guy who was exiled for researching the Hive, right? Obviously. So Toland gets too close to what's known as a Death Singer, Crota's sister. His soul is ripped from his body and he is cast into the, what is known as the Ascendant Plane. Omar Aga has all of the light and his soul ripped from his body. His light is used, but his soul makes its way into a cool bug that later finds its way into a gun we use. It's never going to come up again, so I may as well mention. Omar's technically alive. He's just a bug now that lives inside of a kind of mid-machine gun. It is a very fun machine gun to use, though. So, like, he's living his best life. Ariana, Wei Ning, and Veltarlo and Saimota all die. Just straight up, light ripped from their bodies, torn apart by Thrall, got too close to the bad shit. And Eris Morn is blinded, loses her, like, eyes, loses her ghost, and is left trapped lightless in the tunnels underneath the moon, where surely she will die. Surely. Meanwhile, an enterprising young team of guardians, another raid fire team, which comprises of 6 members, obviously, minimum, comprised of Pradith, Pahanin, Kaber. That can't be right. There's only 3 guardians here that were recorded as being in the Vault of Glass, but you need more than 3 guardians to enter into the Vault of Glass. Pahanin got out, but Kaber and Pradith were in the vault alone, but they couldn't have been alone. So Pradith is trapped in the Vault of Glass is a Vex, a very powerful Vex area where they are able to use their predictive capabilities to affect things on an ontological level. It was 3 enter, only 1 came out. No, 6 people went in. 1 person went. 6 people went in. There were only 3 people, and 1 person left. There had to be. There had to have been more people than that. But yes, within the context of the Vault of Glass, within the Vault of Glass itself, if the Vex get a hold of you, they can erase the fact that you ever existed. Not the consequences of your existence, but your existence itself. If you have children, they'll continue to exist, but they never had a father. How's that? Who's in the vault? So Pradith gets stuck in time forever, trapped by the Vex and sent throughout time. And Kaber goes mad, is infected by the Vex, because of course the Vex are an infectious existence. They infect not only planets, but people. In his final actions, he uses his light, his paracausal energy, to craft himself into a shield, which he leaves inside of the Vault of Glass for Guardians. Not his Guardians, but Guardians later. So the Hunter Vanguard at this point just vanishes. He wasn't part of the fire team because he still existed, but he just disappeared. So then Cayde 6, that hot shot from earlier, and his buddy Andal Brask make a dare. There's a particularly pesky and notorious Fallen called Taniks, who has resisted all attempts to be killed so far, and has killed the people coming after him. Andal and Cayde make a bet. Whoever kills Taniks first is not gonna be the new Hunter Vanguard. So, Cayde and Andal both go out and they try to hunt him. So does Saint 14, because at this point Taniks is a whole problem. And Cayde kills him, and Andal's like, damn, GG. And Andal Brask becomes the Hunter Vanguard, and Cayde 6 gets to keep doing stuff. At this point, Osiris is getting tired of kind of the rigmarole, just sitting in the city and sending out fire teams and doing paperwork. So he's starting to really research the Vex, right? He's starting to really get into some Vex research. And, well, we remember what happened. Remember what happened the last time a guy got way into research about one of the enemy factions? He led like 6 other Guardians to their death in the Hellmouth. We're not going to have another Toland. Osiris, you're banished preemptively. And we're like, damn, that sucks. And then Osiris's boyfriend, Saint 14, goes, huh? Wait, sorry, I've got to hold off a second. We are being attacked by like every Fallen in the system. So, the combined Fallen houses, because they live under houses of rule, of the Devils, Kings, and Winter, all unite to attack the city at Twilight Gap. There are a shitload of final deaths, like Guardians who die forever at Twilight Gap, but unbelievably, they manage to hold out. In part, in no small part, due to the fact that some people disobey orders again and push out further than they should have and manage to hold places that should have fallen. Right? So the Vanguard decides, all right, no more fucking around. We are going to start taking active offensive action against people close enough to the city. And so assigned strikes begin. So now Guardians are not just sitting in the city waiting to be attacked or like exploring and getting new research. They are actively going out and taking care of priority targets before they become a problem. So at this point, they get back from the fight and Saint 14 is like, where is my boyfriend? And they're like, we had to exile your boyfriend because he was getting way into the Vex research. And he's like, oh, that's a problem. Where did he go? And they're like, he went to Venus, to the Infinite Forest, which is it's a possibility engine, like a predictive engine that just creates timelines, essentially, to figure out where things are going to go. So he went in there to try to figure things out, because he's like, well, if we have a prediction engine, we can kind of proactively protect the last city. And they're like, that's the kind of shit that got us to go up and try to kill Crota. You're out. So Saint 14 goes, well, I'm going to go get my boyfriend back. And he charges into the Infinite Forest where he kills Vex for such a long time that when he finally dies, thousands of years later in the Vex timeline, they make an altar to him, surrounded by thousands of dead frames of Vex that he killed. There is a level of, like, Doomslayer had, like, they don't like him, but they gotta hand it to him. And so they give him a burial. And he does die. Which is, you know, unfortunate. Now, the people, the Fallen at Twilight Gap are a little bit surprised, right? Because they barely lost, right? They're like, we were supposed to have the House of Wolves here. We had devils. We had winter. We had, what was the third one I said? We had the House of Devils. We had the House of Winter. We had the House of Kings. All here. Where the fuck were the wolves? So anyway, out in the last city, or not in the last city, out in the Reef, where Queen Mara Sov is still setting up, she and a mysterious group of entities known as the Nine, stop the House of Wolves from making it to the fight. They kind of caused them some severe fucking troubles, and they're late to the party to a devastating defeat. So during that, the House of Wolves are subjugated and sent to prison, the Prison of Elders, which is run by a loyal House of Judgment scribe named Varix the Loyal. Listen, Varix is an asshole, but I gotta hand it to him. The Nine, who are not from Myth, not from the video game Myth by Bungie, they're just the Nine. The Nine, I will tell you now, the Nine are not, the Nine do a lot of things kind of mysteriously, but the Nine are dark matter consciousnesses that were created by the kind of like, by virtue of people and sentient life existing throughout the solar system, it gave kind of a weight to the dark matter around it that gave the dark matter the ability to think. And that became the Nine. Yes, okay, I should also mention, before Saint 14 went into the Infinite Forest to get his boyfriend, he stopped the Fallen. Flat out. Saint 14 went on what is literally called a crusade, and Saint 14 killed enough Fallen to end the war permanently. The Fallen are on the back foot for the rest of the story. There is no situation. He goes to so many... Yeah, he becomes their boogeyman. He is the shit that they tell their children about in the night. Saint 14 is a nightmare in human form, and he personally ends the fucking war. And then he goes to kill Vex for 1,000 years. So, at this point, one of the factions of the last city, the Concordat, try to lead a coup. I feel we've afforded the word elder too much weight, and the lost side of the fact it means old people. The prison of elders just means old people jail. It is the jail run by old people. So the Concordat, led by a man named Lysander, try to run a coup and are expelled from the city. Just full on, no, man. Stop it. Get some help. Lysander, to the best of my knowledge, thought that mortal humans should rule mortal humans, and that the Guardians could not be trusted, being as they were immortal, undying entities. Which, like, given the warlords, he's not entirely wrong. During this time, there is a hotshot PvP player named Ikora Ray, who's really making a name for herself with the first recorded 25 win streak in the PvP arena known as the Crucible. Ikora is, at this point, the Warlock Vanguard, having taken over for Osiris. Following Saint 14 leading, a new Titan Vanguard was also appointed, a man by the name of Zavala, who is the leader of the Vanguard now as well. Ikora Ray got the kill streak. Ikora Ray was one of the single most deadly forces in the Crucible to ever go in. She was a shotgun warlock that had to be taken out of the competition for anybody else to have a chance. She beat Shaxx in a 1v1. Yeah, exactly. People get caught up on the fact that Ikora is head information wizard of the tower and kind of forget that, no, she's like maybe one of the most deadly PvP players in existence. Shaxx graduated Ikora from the arena. Yeah, she retired. So, late in the city, after everything that's going on, Andal Brask, Cayde's friend, dies. He's killed by... Hold on, sorry, I gotta check my notes here. That can't be right. It says here that Andal Brask died to Taniks? Didn't Cayde kill that guy? Okay, Taniks is back. Apparently the death didn't take. Taniks lived. That's crazy. I'm glad he's just like out there. We'll kill him one more time. That'll be it. Somehow Taniks returned. He killed Andal Brask, and as such, Cayde 6 takes up the mantle of Hunter Vanguard. So right about this time, Reza Lazir, leader of the Guardians, right? Legendary figure. A couple years back, he went to the moon on his own, kind of against the rules, but this was immediately pre-Great Disaster. Went up to the moon and attempted to kill a wizard who was causing problems, right? He managed to kill that wizard's paramour, a knight of some renown. Wizard being, the bug people, kills a bug person's paramour, another bug person, and takes a couple of their bones to adorn his gun, or the couple of their chitinous pieces to adorn his gun, and goes back to Earth. And that wizard curses him for it. That member of the bug race, the Hive, curses this man, and he gradually gets kind of Joker-fied. And decides that, well, I'm going to kill the shit out of some Guardians now. I'm going to kill everybody. And he takes the name Dredgen Yor instead of Reza Lazir. This is the most fantasy the names get, IMO. So Dredgen Yor is a whole ass problem and kills a significant amount of people before he's killed by Shin Malphur, who is a very special boy and maybe became a Guardian as a child and like ran the golden gun, and he's just Shin Malphur's supposed. If there's anybody in Destiny that is a Marty Stew. It's Shin Malphur. He is the coolest, funny golden boy, and he's the man who made the golden gun. So he kills the shit out of Dredgen Yor, and he goes, anybody that follows this man's path is going to be a whole problem. So he makes an organization called the Shadows of Yor, explicitly with the purpose of going, okay, anybody that tries to follow this man is going to join my cool cult. And then I can personally look to see, are they just a thrill seeker, or is this man a whole ass problem I'm going to have to kill before he kills somebody else? And just full on takes on, with like a couple of assistants, a judge, jury, and executioner, where he runs a cult for explicit purposes of finding people that would join it, so he could kill or dissuade them. It's pretty funny IMO. So then, there is the Vex have a little pocket reality called the Black Garden. The Black Garden is it exists out of time in a way, in a kind of, pocket dimension, much like the Hive's pocket dimensions and the Awoken's pocket dimensions. Like, pocket dimensions just can kind of happen if you're strong enough. But the Black Garden is specifically a place where ideas grow, and that is a literal metaphor, because they do actually grow. So they start making an entity known as the Black Heart, which seems to be some kind of resonant with the Traveler, and it starts siphoning some power off. And so darkness begins gradually making a little bit of a tilt on the old power axis before things start getting better. Because the Black Heart is there and it's draining some power, right? September 9th, approximately 500 years after the collapse, some asshole wakes up in a rusted out car outside of Russia. That's you. That dude or dudette, I'm going to be using dude pretty much exclusively, or that Guardian, makes their way back to the city, and they start solving problems very quickly, right? The Guardian manages to take out a couple of significant fallen entities. The Guardian manages to discover that the Hive has a presence on Earth that they managed to stop to some extent. They even managed to go back to the moon with permission and stop a ritual to resurrect Crota. If anybody ever says the Guardian, it's this motherfucker right here. They discover that sitting dormant in old Russia is a supercomputer called a war mind by the name of Rasputin. Now let's rewind time a little bit. Rasputin is a product of the Golden Age that was supposed to help protect us from any outside threats. And I do mean any outside threats. He was supposed to be the hottest shit. He was developed to be a god of war for man. He sounds very cool. And the moment that the collapse happened, he managed to fight against it. He managed to stop some incursions, and eventually he decided this is an unwinnable fight, and he shut the fuck down. Just full on, like, attempted to fight for a bit, and then after that, just... Hold on. Let me try that again. There we go. He shut down. He left. So, We discover that Rasputin's alive. We managed to stop them from resurrecting Crota. We managed to kill a bunch of fallen servitors who are like they're gods in that they worship machines to a certain extent, but that they also give them the lifeblood that they need. Their life-sustaining ether. A bunch of Guardians are raised appropriately about this time, but the Guardian causes a lot of problems. And then the Guardian runs into some random exo. So, like, there's some lady, there's a robot lady who's telling us that we have to go stop the Black Heart, and we don't know what that is, but she's telling us we need to get into the Black Garden to do it. And when we try to ask her to explain, she tells us, no, there's not enough time. There's not even enough time to explain why she doesn't have time to explain. So she pops out, and we're like, okay, sure. So we go meet with Mara Sov, Queen of the Awoken, the head honcho, the big cheese, and her brother's a real asshole. Just a real piece of shit, right? And as we're talking to her and her brother, she eventually goes like, okay, I think I get it. Here, if you want to get into the Black Garden, you got to do a couple of things. You got to go solve my puzzle. And her brother's just kind of being a condescending asshole the whole time. Everyone hates Uldren Sov. Mara Sov seems surprisingly reasonable, even though Guardians aren't really supposed to interact with her. But like, we're special. We've been doing a bunch of good stuff at this point, right? We kill even more people causing problems. We stop some Cabal from getting access to Vex stuff. We stop Vex from getting access to Hive stuff. We stop Hive from getting access to Fallen stuff. We stop the Fallen from raiding our cities. And eventually, we realize that, okay, we can get into the Black Garden. And in the Black Garden are what's known as the Sol Divisive, a subset of the Vex that seem to worship the Black Heart. Which is weird, honestly, because they're purely logical beings, but the Black Heart is explicitly a paracausal entity. And the reason that they worship it is because these Vex figured out, well, if magic is real, and worshipping magic gets us some degree of power, let's form a sub-faction to worship that magic and get some power, and then we'll be able to take care of things. If we can't solve this through causal means, we will appeal to paracausal ones, and maybe they'll actually solve the problem for us. The computers have discovered the religion. Call the cops. No, not the regular cops. So the Guardians go into the Vault of Glass. They go, a new set of 6 Guardians go into the Vault of Glass, dodge all the ontological engines, make their way to the bottom, and kill the dude at the bottom of it. Using the shield that Kaber made in his last actions, they managed to defend themselves from the attacks that would reduce them to mere stains upon the timeline, and they managed to break the Vault of Glass, and in so doing, actually put a pretty significant hold on the Vex's ability to cause, like, actual actionable problems within the Sol system. Right? So it's been a while. A little while later, about 3 months later, Eris Morn comes out of the moon. She has been underground this entire time. She has been hiding in the tunnels of the moon. She stole an acolyte's eyes to replace her own. She has a weird rock that, let's be honest with each other, is one of those wish dragon bones that is giving her just a little bit of juice. Not enough to, like, cast magic or anything, but enough to, like, whisper, okay, you should probably go left. Eris walks up and goes, Crota's pretty close to waking up. We've got to handle this. So, the Hive tried to get access to Rasputin. We stopped that. The Hive tried to rescue Crota, or resurrect Crota. We stopped that. The Sol Divisive attempt to roll back time or try to recreate the Black Heart, really, really bad. They develop a mind called the Undying Mind, which seems to exist processing in parallel across a countless number of timelines. So even when we kill it, it comes back. because they just grab a spare one, right? So we name it the Undying Mind, and we just kill it as many times as it needs, because it's still like, we don't want it to get a hold in our timeline, right? So 6 people go down into the Hellmouth. And this time, having a bit of an understanding of what's going on, the Guardians go, okay, wait. If we do the right actions and we follow the Hive's inherent rules and we kill our way to Crota and we use a sword of his to hit him, we might be able to kill him. For real. Eris has been doing the research. She thinks this could work. And lo and behold, the Guardians managed to kill Crota. Actual, undisputed, massive dub for the Guardians. They managed to kill an immortal being. 6 of them. Where the entire Great Disaster failed. So at this point, Skolas of the House of Wolves, the house that was captured, coming in to try to help everybody else at the Battle of Twilight Gap, Marasov gives Skolas to the Nine. Just because the Nine need lots of experimentation. The Nine have been trying to make themselves bodies for a while, and to varying degrees of success, right? So the Nine go, okay, we appreciate that, but I think we're just going to cause problems on purpose. And they turn him loose. And Skolas is just like, wait, seriously? So Skolas goes and busts out a bunch of people and starts to make good on an ancient prophecy of the Fallen, which is that there will be a Kel of Kels, a king of kings, essentially, who will be ordained by the Great Machine, the Traveler. He starts to get a bunch of people to his cause. He manages to convince Taniks the Scarred, killer of Andal Brask, legendary, undying, seemingly, Fallen, to join his cause. Taniks swears by no banner, swears allegiance to no Kel. But he does go along with Skolas for now. So Guardians realize Taniks is a whole problem, and they go and kill him. Taniks the Scarred is dead. We did it. Taniks is no more. So, the House of Wolves goes, okay, we're going to go take control of the House of Kings, the old ruling class. Guardian stops that. House of Wolves goes, okay, if you're going to stop me from doing that, I'm going to go into the Vex facilities on Venus, and I'm going to open up a bunch of gates so we can pull in the House of Wolves from the future and the past all at once so we can all be one big army now. And the Guardian's like, no! What the fuck are you talking about? So we capture Skolas, he's turned over to the Queen, and the Queen eventually has him summarily executed. Skolas fails. So, at this point, we detect a large ship moving past Saturn. And Eris walks into the room and goes, oh, Crota had a dad. Which doesn't sound like, of course he had a dad. Like, he came from somewhere. She's like, no, he's a pretty big deal, though. So,
I mean, Crota was a prince, right?
He was a prince. He has a dad. His dad is the king. His dad's name is Oryx, the Taken King.
I know about that one. I've heard it before.
He's a pretty big deal. So, we are about to do a big rewind. Not our biggest, but a pretty big rewind. Way back before the Elixni, before the Fallen, before the Cabal, the Traveler existed above a planet known as Fundament, which was a kind of like collective haven for a bunch of displaced races. One of them was the Krill. a very, very small race who only lived to like 7 to 12 years. Who, you know, had children in relatively small amounts, had a very small society, right? And 3 children of the Osmium King, as he was known, decide we need to do some exploring, because one of them has been getting access to their father's, like, their father has like this weird like petrified worm thing that seems to have been given him some kind of like visions, and one of the kids, Sathona, gets access to this worm and is just like, oh, this thing does actually give like advice. Like, we should heed the words of this petrified worm. It's telling us that there is going to be an alignment of planets that is going to wipe out all life on our planet. And they're like, oh, we got to find a way to stop that, but we only live for like 10 years average. What are we going to do? And they're just like, hold on. It's telling me there's a spaceship just under the water. We can take that ship and we can dive into the core of the planet where we might be able to find some form of power that could help us save ourselves, is what it's saying. And it's like, oh, shit, that worm has great advice. So they manage to do this. They get a hold of the ship, and they manage to dive down to the center of the planet, where they encounter a Leviathan, who turns to them and goes, "You're about to fuck up. Turn around. Leave. You're not actually gonna die to a giant wave. Turn around and leave. Like, don't be happy with the lives you have, short though they are. Seek the happiness in your day-to-day lives, and do not seek some sort of immortal mandate from the worm." And they're like, okay, but the worm is giving us like actionable actions, and you're just telling us to turn around and accept our fate. It's like, we're going to take the actionable advice of the worm and ignore you. And the Leviathan's like, all right, fuck, I warned you. So they go down, and they commune with a couple of worm gods who they find at the center of the planet, who seem to have been unable to get out for some reason. And they make contracts of a sort with these worms. Sathona dedicates herself to the pursuit of knowledge and deception, and takes the name Savathun. Xiro, Xiro, decides to take up the role of the knight, and takes up the promise to seek war and strife forever, and takes the name Xivu Arath. And the third sister, Orash, takes the name Auryx, Auryx, and vows to continue her exploration of the cosmos forever. I can't remember if it is that. I think it's now, when she takes the name Auryx, that she begins to use he, him pronouns. Happy Pride. They hear a screaming from up top that they assume is that the alignment of planets about to wipe everything out. And they make good on their escape. They give more of the children of these worms to the other members of the Krill. And they go, okay, everybody, we can actually get some sort of non-causal power by taking this. And then all we need to do is we need to continue our quest. And they, over the course of years, kill every other race on Fundament, and take this power, this truth that they get by killing them. Because in killing these things, they are, by having survived, stronger. Because they have proven that they are stronger, they are paracausally stronger. it is an argument that says because I killed something, I am stronger than that thing. Because I killed something, I have become stronger as a result of it. The Hive, in some way, shape, or form, unlock an EXP-based leveling system. And in so doing, start killing their way across the cosmos. But they eventually figure out, oh, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. We are not near... I'm killing a lot, but it seems like the worm that's giving me my power is getting hungrier. Is that... Is that normal? So... They eventually figure out, wait, we can actually handle this. We can have it so if the smallest things each kill like one thing and then keep whatever power they need to continue existing and tithe the rest up to us, or tithe the rest up to the next link in the chain, and they each tithe upward, and they tithe upward, and then it goes to us, like some massive pyramid plan. That does mean that we'll have enough if we're waging war to keep going. Easy. So the Hive all go, okay, that sounds great. The sword logic, this pyramid scheme of power, seems pretty good to me. And so they continue killing their way through the universe, killing a bunch of different systems, but not managing to kill Teox, who was an advisor to their father, who is repeatedly just ahead of them, warning everybody else they're coming. And eventually, Teox decides, I need to... Now, this is pure theorization on my part, but it seems like what's been suggested is that Teox goes, okay, I'm going to eventually die. I have like a 10-year lifespan. What if I put all of my knowledge into some kind of archive, and then people keep adding to that archive and passing it forward, right? And this was known as the OXA, the OXA, like TAOX, but OXA instead. And that gets passed forward and eventually finds its way to the Cabal, and I'm sure that will cause no problems, considering it has information on how war made them stronger and the Cabal were a warlike race. Don't worry about it. Well, what is the Oxa? Who is MSund12? Questions for another day. So, Oryx has some kids. Savathun doesn't. Like, she has a brood, but she doesn't have, like, kids. Same for Xivu Arath. She has, like, people under her, but she doesn't have like a family. Oryx goes, you know what? I want a family. And so he has a son named Crota. And he has daughters. Death Singers, who were made from a single larva that got cut in half and then wiggled into two different people. Called Ir-Yut and Ir-Anuk. Death Singers. No, wait, not Ir-Yut. Ir-Yut is Crota's. Ir-Anuk and Ir-Halak. Sorry. Ir-Yut is, Crota's Death Singer. But they, suddenly, these Oryx's kids are way smarter than Oryx's, and Oryx actually, like, is having some good times. He's like, you know what? Oryx is like, you know what? I don't think I have this power. He goes to his god, the worm, Akka, and he's like, hey, you gave me this power, but everything you've taught me is that power can only be taken. This doesn't seem right. And Akka's just like, stop cooking. And Oryx is like, no. I want to talk to you really quick. Hold on. If I kill you and take your power for myself, does that make me like way stronger then? And Akka was like, stop, no. But Akka was the god of secrets, and by lying, Akka was the god of lies or something like that, and by lying, he made it real. And so Oryx kills Akka, takes one of his segments of chitin and makes of it a ship called the Dreadnought. And then creates what's known as the Tablets of Ruin, which give him the power to take, which is described as like turning his opponent's forces against each other and making an army of his opponents to take their strength for his own. That's kind of fucked up. And so Oryx, like, has his kids, and then he's talking to his daughters. He's like, what are you doing, kids? And they're like, we're seeing if we can separate our, we're seeing if our experiments with Death Song can separate, like, our mortality from our actual physical forms. And he's like, talk English, or I'm going to hang you up for the worms to eat. And they're just like, if we separate our deaths from ourselves, it'll make us harder to kill. And Oryx goes over to Crota. He's like, your sisters are on some shit. Go listen to them. You might get smarter. I'm going to go talk to God. So the sisters discover something, a principle known as an oversoul, where if you hide your death, your mortality, inside of a pocket dimension, even if you, that is made of your own power, naturally, even if you die, your soul returns to that pocket dimension, and then you can make yourself another physical form by kind of extruding yourself from the pocket dimension. Like a pasta extruder, but it's making people. Pocket dimension phylactery, yes. Exactly. You got it. And so, Crota's just going like, I don't get it. I don't know. I feel like Dad's gonna be disappointed in me. And Auntie Savathun, very nice, like, lady that she is, goes up to Crota and she's just like, you know your dad has a pocket dimension. I'll bet that you could make your pocket dimension bigger if you just cut into neighboring pocket dimensions. And I want you to just imagine that, like, the way that the pocket dimension works is that the world is a hallway in the middle of an apartment complex with no doors, right? And you can cut through a wall somewhere to get access to a perfectly good empty apartment. Easy. So Crota's like in his dad's apartment and he's looking at the wall next to it and he's like, I could probably make this bigger, just knock this wall out, get something in. And he cuts it open and there are Vex on the other side. And he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Can I'm gonna close the, and then the Vex stuck their hand in the door to stop him, like, no. What's in here? What's in your apartment? Tell me. Tell me what's in your apartment. And the Vex start to come in the door, but the problem is, within the context of, well, the Vex exist in simulations, which are themselves pocket dimensions where they simulate future events, but those simulations are, for all intents and purposes, actual physical events that occur, even if they're being simulated. To this extent, there was a set of Earthen researchers back in the Golden Age that caught one Vex, and they started to research it, and then somebody that was looking at the Vex went, oh shit, it's simulating us. And one of them's just like, well, that's not a problem, just shut it down, kill it. So what if it's simulating us? So he's like, if the simulation includes another copy of that Vex, and that Vex can also simulate us, how many layers deep could it go? And she's like, well, theoretically an infinite number. And he's like, great. What is the probability that we're at the top of a theoretically infinite number of, like, nested realities? And they're like, oh, we can't kill this. Because if we kill this, then we kill it on the layer up, and we're probably dead. So eventually, they call Rasputin, who is big enough and complicated enough that a single Vex cannot simulate him. And they extract 217 copies or something like that of the Venus scientists from nested realities within the Vex. And they just let those guys loose into the Vex network. For all we know, they're still out there. It's like 100-something copies of a bunch of researchers of the Vex that are just loose in the Vex network. Including one Maya Sundaresh, who is a name to be remembered. Some kind of M-Sund to 12 remember, I don't know. Don't at me. Maybe, but the idea that M-Sun 12 is actually the 12th copy of Maya Sundaresh that was duplicated by the Ishtar research in the Ishtar research facility and led into the Vex network is very likely accurate, but don't worry about that. We're not going to be talking about that. It's getting a bit too far into minutia for the history. But yeah, the Vex can simulate things, and those simulated realities functionally become realities, and as the pocket dimensions kind of exist, like, not next to each other, but they're all kind of, you know, separate, very small entities. Well, they're kind of right there, right? So eventually they decide, you know what? We're just going to come into your apartment. And Crota's like, no, my daddy's going to kill me. He's off talking to God right now. They're like, no, we're coming in. And they try to walk in the door, and they have not killed anything. So by the logic of Oryx's ascendant plane, which is the name of their little pocket dimensions for the hive, by the logic there, if you've killed more things, the sword logic, that a sword that has killed things must be stronger for it, means that they are extremely powerful. And the fact that there are, you know, a bunch of people tithing up to Crota and his, like, kids. Because Crota has his own courts and things like that. Because all those things are there, it means that the Vex can't really gain a foothold. And Crota and his hive, anytime they step into the other dimension, they're still very strong. They still are actually, they retain some of their paracausality, but Vex simulations don't really play by that paracausal bullshit. So they can attempt to, like, simulate bigger problems for you. So there's a standstill. Neither one can push their way into the other person's apartment without becoming weak enough that they can't go further. So the Vex come up with a plan. The Vex make Queria, who is just a mind that is dedicated to researching this pocket dimension. And Queria immediately goes, oh, there are two things that give you power here. Killing things and being tithed power by things that kill other things. So it immediately sets up a subset of machine priests that begin praying to it, and another subset of machines that kill things to tithe up to it, and it starts getting stronger. And it just goes, oh, I get it now. I understand the plan. That's so cool. And Crota's like, fuck. Meanwhile, in the basement, Oryx has gone down to meet God. So Oryx dials up the phone number for God. And he gets a hold of God. And he connects. And God says, Oryx, my king, my friend, kick back. Relax. Shrug off that armor. Set down that blade. Roll your burdened shoulders and let down your guard. This is a place of life. A place of peace. Out in the world, we ask a simple, true question. A question like, can I kill you? Can I rip your world apart? Tell me the truth, for if I don't ask, someone will ask it of me. And they call us evil. Evil! Evil means socially maladaptive. We are adaptiveness itself. Ah, Oryx, how do we explain it to them? The world is not built on the laws they love. Not on friendship, but on mutual interest. Not on peace, but on victory by any means. The universe is run by extinction, by extermination, by gamma ray bursts burning up 1,000 garden worlds, by howling singularities eating up infant suns, and if life is to live, if anything is to survive through the end of all things, it will live not by the smile, but by the sword. Not in a soft place, but in a hard hell. Not in the rotting bog of artificial paradise, but in the cold, hard, self-verifying truth of that one ultimate arbiter, the only judge, the power that is its own metric and its own source. Existence, at any cost. Strip away the lies and truces and delaying tactics they call civilization, and this is what remains. This beautiful shape. The fate of everything is made like this. In the collision, the test of one praxis against another. This is how the world changes. One way meets a second way, and they discharge their weapons, they exchange their words in markets, they contest, and in doing so, they petition each other for the right to go on being something instead of nothing. This is the universe figuring out what it should be in the end, and it is majestic. Majestic. It is the only thing that can be true in and of itself, and it is what I am. And then Oryx leaves that conversation with God going, that's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. And the worm calls Oryx to be like, hey, you've been down there a while. Your kids cut into the next apartment over. And Oryx is like, they did what? And Oryx comes upstairs and he finds Crota losing the battle for the drawing room. And he forcibly grabs all the Vex, kicks him through the hole in the wall, patches it up, and then grabs Quiria as it's trying to leave and pulls it back through. And it's like, no, you stay here. You're interesting. And Quiria's like, oh, fuck, what is this? What is that? How do I appeal to this? I'm going to make another one of them. And it simulates Orash. Oryx without paracausality. It makes the tiny little krill version of Oryx from all those years ago, and she looks up like, what the fuck are you? Are you me? What happened to me? And Oryx is like, oh, that's cute. And then he kills it, and then he takes Quiria with a capital T. And he gives Quiria to his sister, and he's like, hey, Savathun, beloved sister, this thing is smart as hell. You probably like this. You like smart shit, right? And she's like, yes. Thank you, Oryx. That's such a thoughtful gift. And she's like, yes, I got it. I got a taken Vex Mind. This is exactly what I was hoping for when I asked Crota to cut a hole in the apartment wall. And then she's like, well, it's been lovely, everybody. I've loved talking to you, but I'm going to have to go do my own thing for a bit. And she vanishes into a black hole. And Xivu is like, listen, Oryx, you're cool and all, but I'm also going to bail. I feel like we're crowding the space a bit. I'm going to bail. And Xivu leaves. And Oryx sends his son Crota to the Sol System to chase the Traveler, to be like, all right, son, go kill it. And then his son fucking dies permanently. It doesn't give her power yet, Laserbeaks. They still only get power through murder, but they are driven to follow what they are supposed to do. So Oryx, Taken King, father of Crota, feels his son die and moves his ship made from his dead worm god into the Sol System and goes, hey, I'm here to fuck up whoever killed my kid. Like, he was a fuck up, but I loved him, and I'm going to kill you for that. And we're like, oh, that's a whole ass problem, huh? So Marasav, Queen of the Awoken, goes, I'll try to handle it, and dies, as do a significant number of the Awoken. Uldren Sov barely survives, but is somehow touched by the darkness and kind of left incapacitated, and more or less leaves the story for the duration of Destiny 1 at this point. Oryx in his I love my dead idiot son t-shirt. Yeah, literally. So he shows up in the system, and Ares is like, this man is a whole ass problem. We gotta deal with him. So we're all coming up with big plans, and Cayde 6 grabs a stealth drive, grabs the Guardian, you know which one, the Guardian, it's you, and goes, hey, we're gonna put you on the Dreadnought so you can go fuck things up locally, and we can establish a teleportation zone by setting up a beacon there. Okay? Eris's ship is all covered in, like, hive shit, so they probably won't smell it for a bit. And with this stealth system, you'll probably make it just close enough, and it works. We get there. And we try to go in, and we try to kill Oryx, and it doesn't work. And then we realize, as Oryx is in the system, that members of all enemy factions are getting grabbed by like weird holes in reality that that like spit them back out as like starry shadows, like the underside of my hat, but it's an entire creature, and they have glowing white eyes, and we're like, what the fuck is that? And Eris is like, those are taken. They only serve Oryx the Taken King from the moment they get grabbed and turned into ghouls. We're like, that's terrifying. Can they do that to us? And she's like, probably not. Guardians are light bearers, so that, like, offsets it a bit. So then we realize we can't get into Oryx's sterile neutrinos. Yeah, they're like the... You know how, like, tachyons mean time travel? Sterile neutrinos mean taken. That's the long and short of it. So we realize, oh shit, we can't get into Oryx's ship unless we have a key card, so to speak. And if the key card is actually just us being an Ascendant Hive. And we realize, well, if we have a little piece of the soul of an Ascendant Hive, that's probably fine. So we break into Crota's fucking funeral. The Guardian goes underground, breaks into Crota's funeral, and breaks off a piece of his soul to take back just so we can get in the door. It is the equivalent of cutting off his thumb so we can get access to the thumb scanner to get us into a vault or like a secure area. And the Hive aren't happy about that. They try to shoot us on the way out. It doesn't work.
47, you will have to take its soul to be able to make it into that vault.
Just a part. I only need a part of the soul. We don't need the whole thing. So, the Guardian gets through to the Taken King, goes to Oryx, and manages to fight him 1v1 and wins a fight. And it's very cool. It's the end of the story of the Taken King that isn't part of the raid, and it kicks ass. Like, the big scenes with Oryx are unbelievably cool. Well, the problem is with Destiny, there are so many things that can cause it not to take that it's, like, unbelievably difficult to make something actually take permanently. Like, there's a lot of effect without cause going on that making something happen permanently is a problem. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's go, you know what? Now that we've just gone over the fact that one Guardian broke into the flagship and killed Oryx the Taken King, let's go over Guardians for a second. A single Guardian, as described by the Cabal, is the most effective anti-attrition force in the solar system, and possibly in, like, the known universe. A single Guardian cannot die. They will just keep coming after you. They will be down all of their guns, they will switch to fist. They will break their arm and go down to teeth. There is nothing you can reasonably do short of orbital bombardment to kill their ghost that will permanently stop a Guardian. If you kill the ghost, a Guardian stops. Short of killing the ghost, they will get back up. They can starve to death, but they'll get back up hungry. They can be killed by anything else, but they'll get up better. They can be stopped by physical barriers, but how long will a physical barrier reasonably hold against something that wants you dead and has no concept of a limit? Killing a Guardian doesn't really take because it violates the rules. Okay, right? If you kill something, you're stronger than it. But if you kill something and it comes back to life, that's heresy. And Oryx had a son that tried that one time. And that son was absolutely banished. His name stricken from the records. Nobody talks about Nokris the Necromancer anymore. Mostly because when the initial assault on Earth was happening, Nokris was on Mars, so Rasputin the Warmind froze the entire fucking planet. Full on put Mars on a deep freeze to stop Nokris and his entire brood. Necromancer faction taken out of commission. An entire portion of Mars is just straight up an icicle. So the Guardian manages to kill Oryx. At the last moment after Oryx starts to lose a fight, Oryx grabs a ball of energy and takes himself. Like his own physical body. He takes his body, it starts crumpling into a little, like, singularity, and then he looks directly at you and he laughs in your fucking face, because he's not dying. Of course he's not dying. He's just going home. But temporarily, at the very least, Oryx is in his throne world and is not causing us problems. That's something. So from his throne world, Oryx continues sending out echoes of himself into the physical world that we have to keep stomping out until eventually 6 Guardians go into Oryx's flagship. And they go, okay, if killing stronger things means that we are stronger by virtue of what the logic is of your little throne universe, then all we have to do is kill things in your throne universe until we're strong enough to kill you, right? So then we do a little bit of research and we realize Oryx's ship, the one he made from the bones of his dead god, Oryx has done a little bit of a, like, a theoretical no-no? a bit of a problem? He extruded his pocket dimension into physical space and made it coterminous with his ship. So Oryx's big throne dimension is now a physical space inside of his ship. While he is inside of his ship, he does continue to physically exist, but also he is immortal unless you kill him there. And we didn't kill him in the part of his ship that qualifies for this. So 6 Guardians go in. They kill his war priest and become acolytes worthy of service. They kill his golem that had been eating light by grabbing all of this light that had been getting pulled out of Guardians, taking it for themselves and shooting it to death and getting extra, like, power-ups as they go. They go and they find Oryx's daughters and they kill them by kind of co-opting their songs that they use. They're death singers, so they co-opt their songs to defend themselves from them. And then Oryx pops up at the end and goes, "You killed my war priest, you killed my big old ogre, you killed my daughters, you killed my son, and I am going to kill the shit out of you now." And we, in this place, take a bunch of the light that Oryx had been feeding to ogres in an attempt to, like, you know, why not? It seems fucked up. Maybe we get a super ogre. And it brings them out as weapons. We beat them up. We grab the light physically out of them. We blow it up. And in so doing, we briefly deal enough damage to Oryx to bring him down to mortal status. And in so doing, we manage to kill him. Like, actually kill him. Which means that by the logic of Oryx's entire throne world, all of the power Oryx had, those thousands of years of conquest, are free for the taking. And Toland, who is disembodied but alive on the ascendant plane, the hive, like, secondary reality plane, goes, "Yes, yes, we can be stronger than the hive. We can do it. You just won it. You're the one that killed Oryx. Take it. You can be the new Taken King. You can do it. I believe in you." And then we walk out the door and we let the power drop. And Toland goes, "You fuck up. You absolute piece of shit. You had a chance at godhood and you let that shit fall to the floor? I'm gonna shit. I'm so mad at you. Why the fuck would you do this?" And Marasav, who did die, but who had established through a wish with a wish dragon, weren't they dead? That she had a very small ascendant plane of her own, walks in and goes, "Oh, there's a lot of raw power here just kind of sitting around. I'm going to grab enough of this to reconstitute myself and start walking back towards reality. But I'm going to stay hidden for now, just in case anybody is looking for me to be alive." So nobody knows Mara is alive, but she's kind of sitting there in the back, just looking at all of this unclaimed power and going, "I can use this. I can use some of this. Sure." So a couple months after that, some Guardians noticed that there are, like, some weird, like, metal flies buzzing around their head. And it seems to be, like, infectious. Like, if you're in a fire team with other Guardians that have that around them, you start to get it. So pretty soon, like, because they think it's funny, most of the Guardians are infected by this. Because I think we've gone over how the Guardians are an extremely effective anti-attrition force, but I don't think we've gone over the fact that all of the Guardians are clinically fucking insane. Like, the Guardians have fun with immortality in a way that I find deeply refreshing. Like, in the way that the Aya of Final Fantasy XIV were just like, We discovered entropy and immortality, and we lost all hope, and we stopped going. No. We're going to end the universe sad. It's going to be bad forever. The Guardians go, all right, I want you to hit me with your car and see how far you can launch my corpse, and I'll stand up afterwards. PvP is not just a game mode, it's a real life deathmatch, because we can do that. Whenever players are fucking around and doing dances in the middle of nothing, that shit's canon. I love this soundtrack. Hold on. The World's Grave. Fuck yeah, let's go to Crota's Rave. Guardians actively do tricks on their cool motorbikes over enemy encampments. Guardians kill things and then dance. Guardians are seen emoting at each other. Guardians are seen doing nothing to no music. They are truly baffling events. Let me show you an actually, I don't think I could show this on stream. I think it would get the VOD muted. But there was a very good Japanese commercial of a bunch of Guardians just having a dance-off inside of Cabal patrol space. That shit's canon too. For all of their seriousness, Guardians like to have themselves a laugh, and I think that's very, very important. So when Guardians start getting infected by an unknown disease, they think it's a hoot and a holler. So suddenly, as the nanites are starting to show up, Lord Saladin, one of the old Iron Lords from the foundation of the city, one of the guys that put a stop to the warlords, is like, oh, hey guys, no particular reason. We should check out Fellwinter Peak, where we used to have a base. Let's send a team there right now. Let's send a team there right now, please. So we get to Fellwinter Peak and we discover that it's been busted open by a couple Fallen who were looking for some cool technology. And then we start seeing there's a big orb that we killed, a big Fallen machine called Sepix Prime that we killed like back when, right, like a little bit after we woke up, like first couple months after we woke up, we killed the shit out of that guy. Why is it back? We killed that. So, and it's called Sepix Perfected now? And it's kind of red and weird. And we start researching and we find out that there's a gray goo called Siva. S-I-V-A. That was created by Rasputin. Back as a like terraforming device back in the day to assist in the setup of new colonies and to try to make sure that when we were sending off colony ships, they would be able to actually set up life and civilization wherever they managed to land. Right? We're like, okay, that's good. We'll build the gray goo, but for good this time. So the Fallen get a hold of some Siva technology, and they go, oh, this is the good shit. And they start turning themselves into quasi-machine people, and we're just like, oh, that's a whole problem. We can't be having that. So we eventually figure out that, oh, we gotta stop this. And they go in, and they go down to the vault where it turns out a bunch of the Iron Lords died the first time they researched Siva. But why were they down there? Why were a bunch of Iron Lords down there? How did they know about Siva? That was a Rasputin thing. Anyway, they kill a couple of corpses of Iron Lords who are being puppeted by Siva. And they're like, okay, well, we got there. They destroy Sepix Prime, and they're like, okay, we're good. No problem. There are a lot of other, like... There are a lot of other, like, augmented Fallen. We have cut off the flow of Siva, but we haven't got rid of everything that existed. We eventually find a couple of splicers who are the names for, you know, tech splicers are the Fallen who are good with technology. And eventually we find out that one of the old Fallen crews has cut a deal with the house that discovered the Siva to resurrect their leader, one Taniks the Scarred. As Taniks perfected the Siva infused Taniks. He's back in Pog form. But yeah, we managed to kill Taniks again. I'm sure this time it will take.
It has to stick this time, right?
This time has to be the time that it sticks, right? So, we managed to kill Taniks. An old wizard by the name of Omnigul starts trying to get up to resurrect Crota. We managed to kill Omnigul once and for all. We go into the lair of Axis Prime, the big head of the remaining Siva faction. We kill Axis. We've done it. Like, functionally, we have defended Sol from everything. The Cabal have put out like the Cabal put out like a distress signal when they crashed into the Dreadnought to be like, hey, there's a big ship here, send some help, but like that never came to anything. So we've done it. There are no remaining threats in Sol. We did it. We lived. And now we can start like taking back just a little bit of life. Things are still rough, but we're doing good. Destiny 2. So, Uldren...
God, that was all Destiny 1?
That was all Destiny 1. I'll try to start speeding up because we can't keep doing... I handled a lot of like backstory. That was Destiny 1 and all of the history before Destiny 1. Destiny 2. Hey, you remember that Cabal distress signal? The rest of the Cabal have shown up. So they show up, and immediately looking at the orb, they go, okay, we can just shut that down and cut off the supply of light to Guardians, and that's what they use to resurrect. So without a, like, ongoing supply of light, it should be fairly simple to cut that off, right? So they stick a big cage around the Traveler, and every single Guardian goes lightless. This is one of the most lethal times in Guardian history since the Great Disaster. Meanwhile, the Fallen are all being united under a single banner, the former House of Kings, by Uldren Sov, who seems to have lost his goddamn mind. He's been running with a couple of, like, kind of punks, dregs of the Fallen Society, who he's calling the Scorned Barons. And they're kind of like, imagine if, like, just... like there was a squad of Goombas that actually managed to start causing problems. That's the equivalent of a dreg becoming like a societal problem, right? So Uldren Sov starts uniting all the Fallen factions under a single house, the House of Dusk, which means we only have to have one color palette for the Fallen from here on out for Destiny 2. Meanwhile, you remember Savathun and Quria? Savathun shows up a little bit. Uses Quria to create a simulation of Oryx the Taken King and takes control of the remaining Taken in the system since they're currently kingless. And then she shows up in the Dreaming City, which has no queen, which has no prince, where everybody's kind of just left. Because everybody's fighting outside, obviously. Savathun walks in and there's a wish dragon in there, just one. Called Riven of 1,000 Voices. Riven of the 1,000 Voices? Something like that. And she goes, hey, Riven, I know you made a deal with my brother a while ago, and that's why you're part taken, aren't you? And Riven's just like, yeah, we had a laugh over it. Neither of us really got the better of the other one, but I'm still alive, and your brother's not, so how's that for hot shit? And Savathun's just like, I'd like to make a wish. And Riven's like, you realize that people who make wishes don't win. And Talbot's like, I know. And Riven, she makes a wish to Riven, and Riven's just like, fuck, she won. All right. My B. So Riven starts to exert a little bit of influence. Meanwhile, Uldrensov, while he's kind of uniting all these fallen houses, starts seeing Mara again. Mara, who we know is alive in the Ascendant Plane, right? He starts seeing Mara again. Mara's just like, I am trapped and I need you to get me out. There's a couple of things you have to do. You have to get access to a bit of light, a bit of darkness, and that'll be able to break a seal on the Dreaming City, and that'll let me get back in. Meanwhile, the Guardian manages to fight off every single threat to the Sol system, pretty much single-handedly by getting access to some light due to a small piece of the Traveler that broke off during the collapse hundreds of years ago. It gives us just enough power to kind of kick Gaul out of the system, and then the Traveler wakes up a little bit. Sort of. It's later equated to being like if you were to like scratch somebody while they're sleeping and they hit you for it. Like you like tickled somebody and they like slap you for it as like a reaction. That's what the Traveler does. Because Gaul tries to take all the light for himself to become a light bearer, and the Traveler just kind of kicks him like a horse in his sleep and kills him instantly. Gaul is the leader of the Red Legion, the current leader of the Cabal, because their old leader, Callus, was kind of a hedonist, and he kind of was leading the Cabal Empire toward a more peaceful, albeit unsustainable era of like art and hedonism. So he got deposed and kicked out. I'm sure he's not important. So the Guardian gets the gang back together, gets Zavala, gets Cade, gets Ikora, pulls the gang all together, leads an assault, manages to unbreak the cage on the Traveler, just enough for the Traveler itself to let out a little horse kick in its sleep, kick the shit out of Gaul, and wake up. At which point we see a little pulse of light go out of the Sol system. We did it! We restored light to everybody, and as the pulse of light passes beyond the edge of the Sol system, it passes by a bunch of pyramid-shaped ships that were shut down, sitting outside the solar system. And those ships start to move inward. We did it! Yay! Woo! So then a big-ass ship, larger than a planet, starts showing up. Or, like, not larger than a planet, but, like, large enough to eat moons, starts to show up and starts eating bits of Nessus. And the Cabal Emperor is sitting on board. Callus is like,
Guardian, I have a big ship and I'm a cool guy. You want to come on board and play some games? I'll have you shoot a couple people. You can try to shoot me, but it's not real. It's just a robot. We're just having fun, Guardian. I think you're great.
And Callus is a hoot and a holler, so we go hang out on, we hang out with Callus. It's fine. We meet a couple of new characters. There's Sloane, who runs things on Titan, the moon, where there are a bunch of Hive. We meet Asher Mir, who's a researcher who had his arm kind of infected by the Vex, so he is doomed, and he is a light bearer, so it's holding off the infection to some degree, but he will eventually become a Vex, so he's dealing with it as best he can. We find Brother Vance sitting on Mercury, who's a big Osiris fanboy. Nobody likes Brother Vance. And we find somebody else who I'm forgetting. Sloane and Asher Mir, and I'll remember in a bit. Oh, he was cranky before being turned into a Vex. Oh, right, Failsafe, who is one of Failsafe, who is an AI that was on one of the Exodus ships, which crash landed on Nessus. The Exodus Black. It was one of the ships that was being sent out to try to colonize places. It crashed in the collapse, and Failsafe has been there for a couple hundred years. There's also Devrim K. He's cool. He's voiced by Gideon Emery. He sits in a tower shooting Fallen for like 700 billion hours. Kill count uncountable. And then we get a message from the Infinite Forest. Osiris sends his ghost out to find help. His ghost is named Sagira. She's cool. She's voiced by Marina Baccarin, and she never talks again for this reason, because she's expensive to hire. And at this point, Bungie has become a AA company because they cut the poisonous node off and got away from ActiBlizzard. So the Guardian goes, oh, okay, I gotta help Osiris in the Infinite Forest because the Vex have almost finished building a mind that could analyze enough futures to allow it to take control of the timeline. Osiris has been researching Vex since he was kicked out of the city. And eventually we make our way to the Infinite Forest. Osiris and his billions... Osiris has learned over time to, like, split himself through timelines to make lots of little copies of himself throughout the Infinite Forest. He's learned a little bit of the simulation tech, but he's, like, kind of, you know, emulating it with Guardian powers. And he's just like, okay, don't worry about it. I got this. He manages to help us kill Panoptes. And this was a pretty bad expansion. I'm sorry. This is where Destiny 2 kind of started sliding downhill for a bit. It was bad. So then, Anna Bray, who is on Mars and who is the granddaughter of a famous Golden Age researcher, Clovis Bray, creator of the EXO. Clovis Bray was a genius back in the Golden Age, and he was really one of the leading researchers in a bunch of fields, and he was one of the people that created the EXO. Just big name. Clovis Bray, everybody knows about that guy. So Anna Bray is his granddaughter, and Anna Bray is a guardian. She only knows what her name is because she was wearing a name tag when she died, essentially. And she is actually against what is typically known of Guardians, because again, Guardians are raised without memories. She has gone and kind of researched what she was doing, and she discovered she was a Rasputin scientist. So she was helping give kind of a humanity to Rasputin, the Warmind, right? And it turns out the Warmind is still alive on Mars, but kind of shut down because he's frozen, along with a bunch of necromantic hive, including a hive god. One of the big worms is hanging out on Mars. It's a smaller one, but it seems to know necromancy, so that's a problem. So it turns out it's Oryx's deposed son, exiled son, Nokris, who we eventually kill, and then we kill his worm, and we wake up Rasputin. And Rasputin sounds very fucking cool. Hold on. Rasputin speech Destiny 2. I want you to hear what this Russian thing sounds like. Hold on. Let me find the let me find the point where I just always remember.
Never again will a threat go unseen. From this day forward, I will defend humanity on my own terms. I am Rasputin, guardian of all I survey. I have no equal.
Yeah, just that very echo. Yeah, Rasputin. It's just like, fuck yeah. You know what, Red? I'm here for you. Because Red, you don't always have time to say Rasputin, but if you call him Red because all of his particle effects are red, he knows who you're talking about. Yeah, that man loves himself the Russian queen. And then we go back to the Leviathan, because as it turns out, there's something that's going on inside of the Leviathan. It's super weird. The remnants of the Red Legion, like the bits left over of the Red Legion, are trying to get a hold of the Leviathan because they're like, Emperor Callus, you're our leader and you haven't been doing a lot, and our old leader Gaul did just die, so we need this ship.
He's like, Guardian, I really don't like these people. Please get them out of my truck. I do not want them touching my truck. They are a dipstick. They should not be touching my truck.
They can touch anything else, but they can't touch my twuck.
They can't touch my twerk.
So you go in and you kill Valkaur, which is really funny that one of the most powerful and most dangerous Cabal entities we've ever fought against did not even make the rank of Valis, which is the higher rank. He only made Valkaur, this poor man. And then the Guardian sees something weird. Back when the Guardian killed Oryx, they got a weapon called the Touch of Malice, which, like, they got it from when the part where they killed Oryx, but, like, this thing seems like... It's like there's... We like, made him into a weapon. Like, right, like, we made weapons out of his bits, but this still feels a little bit like him. Not, like, in a way that could ever come back, but, like, it feels like he's in, it feels like he's in here. That's dangerous. So the Guardian finds a little taken portal, and they go in, and they hear Zol, the worm god, telling them to drown in the deep. And the Guardian kills a couple of things. They find a very, very good sniper rifle. And they're like, oh. Huh. So we kill everything in there, and we prove ourselves worthy of a weapon called the Whisper of the Worm. And Zol, by the same process that Oryx found new life as a weapon, turns himself into an armament so he can continue to feed off of the death we create with him. So now we have at least 2 hive gods sitting in our pocket as weapons. This will be an ongoing thing. But this is great. We're doing pretty good. We killed a bunch of threats to the system. So Uldren Sov has been going around with a bunch of his friends, and then all of a sudden, Fikrul, like one of his buddies, Fikrul the Fanatic, a good name for, because they all had, like, you know, little pithy epithets. Fikrul was injured and was dying. So Uldren wishes, like, oh no, I wish my friend could live. And then miraculously, after he wishes that, Fikrul starts to get a little bit better. The corruption that was kind of present in Uldren, ever since he was hit by the Taken King, like, feeds into Fikrul a little bit, and he becomes, like... You know how there was a 5th enemy faction when the Taken rolled around and we went from 4 to 5? We've just gone from 5 to 6 because now there are fallen zombies known as the Scorn. And Fikrul can raise any of them from the dead, including himself. So Fikrul can never die. And as long as there are corpses of the fallen... or of the Scorn, Fikrul can raise more Scorn. So they are now a permanent fixture of the soul system, is the zombies. And then a nasty little rat man shows up in the system. He's like, hey guys, you seem to be having some problems. I got a big piece of shit behind my ship that was given to me by the Nine. I want you all to play a PvE game mode called Gambit. We're like, what the fuck is this rat doing here? And Zavala's like, I am exiling the rat from the city. And everybody's like, no, wait, let him cook. Hold on, this seems like fun. And then nobody played Gambit again. I fucking love the Drifter, he's so fun. So, the Scorn are starting to happen more and more, and Varix, who is leading the Prison of the Elders, discovers that not only is his queen dead, not only are all of his Kells dead, not only is everybody else dead, but Prince Uldren Sov is alive. And he has some sort of strange fallen with him that can raise other fallen as zombies. And he's like, fuck this, I'm out. He opens every cell door and he leaves. He's like, oh shit. So the Guardian and Cayde 6 are called to the prison break. They're just like, hey, yo, what's good? We're here to put down a little bit of a prison riot? Is that what's happening? Hell yeah, fuck it up. And Cayde 6 is like, yo, Guardian, I'll bet you I can get more kills than you. And Guardian's like, you bet. And they have a great, like, they have a big adventure. They have a lovely little romp through the story. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Here it is, guns blazing. Hold on, this is a great track. They're just having a great time. They're just shooting their way through the whole prison riot. The Guardian and Cayde are having a competition. Cayde is having a great time. And they're just, they're having a good one. So eventually Cayde does some really ill-advised shit and like rides a whole he rides an entire prison block down through a giant hole in the ground, and he's like, oh shit, what's up? So he gets to the bottom, there's a bunch of score, and he fights them. It's no problem. It's Cayde, he's fine. So he pulls out his ghost to heal, and somebody shoots his ghost. Somebody shoots his ghost, and Cayde is no longer a light bearer. Cayde is no longer a guardian. Cayde can't heal anymore, and Cayde is surrounded by hostile figures. Cayde gets shot by Uldren Sov in the head. Not in the head, but he does get shot and left to die. Cayde's last words are, tell Zavala and Ikora that the Vanguard was the best bet I ever lost. Because he lost the Vanguard Dare, and he had to serve for a good while, and he does deeply love them. Ikora, immediately hurt by his death, is like, okay, we're taking every single Guardian, we're riding in guns blazing to the reef, right? We're gonna kill the shit out of him? And Zavala's like, no! Thousands and thousands of Guardians just died permanently. We just suffered a war at the hands of the Red Legion. There was just a hive god here, and Osiris has just shown back up. We cannot leave the city because one dude died, even if it's Cayde 6. His last words were not, how's your sister? Those are the last words he said to Uldren before he got shot, which is still very funny. So the Guardian personally, Zavala had to be the adult in the room, and he was right to do so. So the Guardian alone goes out to the reef and personally kills every single one of the Scorned Barons, and then kills Uldren Sov dead. But not before. Uldren Sov has been seeing his sister for a while, so he needs to get her out, right? So he gets a little bit of a shard of the Traveler, just a little bit of light, and then he has a little bit of the corruption he got from getting hit by the Taken King a while back, so he has a little bit of darkness in him. So he goes up, he finds the entrance to the Dreaming City, and he manages to open the door to the Dreaming City, at which point a giant meatball comes out and says, hey, thanks, buddy. I was trapped in there. Oh, it's so nice of you to let me out. So we fight the voice of Riven, the last Ahamkara, as it is attempting to establish a foothold outside of the Dreaming City. And Uldren doesn't quite die, but then we shoot him ourselves. Guardian might have shot him, Petra might have shot him, it's unclear. Somebody shoots Uldren and he's fucking dead. He is a prince, so he gets put under a burial shroud and left out in the Dreaming City forever. No problem. So the Guardian talks to Spider, who is a kind of he's a scummy kind of broker, like a black market dealer, who's running things in the reef in the absence of a queen. And he's like, hey, man, I get that there's a whole bunch of stuff. I'll let you have access to the Dreaming City. You can go help. And we're like, yeah, that sounds great. We should get in there and we should kill that one last dragon. We never finished the job of killing the dragons. There's still a dragon out there, as it turns out, and that cannot stand. We killed those shits for a reason. As it turns out, a dragon was attempting to influence Uldren Sov this entire time to have him go in and open the door so it could get out. We cannot let that dragon out. So the Guardians go in, and the Guardians go, great, we're going to kill the shit out of that dragon, no problem. No problem, right? So we get access to the Techians, Tech Witches, Guardians call them. And we managed to kill our way through a bunch of Taken who are guarding this half-taken dragon. This dragon is so powerful that even when taken, she retains some individual will, which is astounding. But they eventually do kill the dragon, and all the while through the raid, the dragon's just talking to us like, we could strike a deal. What do you want? Do you want me dead? Do you want me dead? And we're just like, oh, I don't want anything. This is business. And we focus and we kill her. And then we grab her heart and we football it through the hallways. And we have a great, absolutely fantastic run. It's a great raid. We run all the way through. A lot of orb dunking. A lot of puzzling. We get some football. And then right after we football the heart to be cleansed, we hear Riven's voice again going, oh, thank God they're gone. We forged an ancient bond between your kind and mine just now by you granting your wish of killing me and getting stronger, better loot. Didn't you want me dead? Isn't that your goal? Didn't you wish for this? Well, there was one other wish that was made on me. I can't wait to show you what she wished for. And Savathun's wish goes off at the moment of Riven's death. Savathun's final wish doesn't seem to have any sort of effect at first. There's a little bit of, like, Taken energy around the city. And then the Taken energy starts getting worse. Like, way worse. And we fight our way to the end of... We discovered a small throne world that we can actually get into by running a bunch of stuff for a while. This is part of the music that plays during that raid. Keep of Voices. Oh, it's so good. We managed to fight our way through a little like pocket of ascendant space around this area. We managed to get through. We fight our way to the end. We find the wizard that's causing the problems in the Dreaming City and we kill him. And next week it's fine. And then the week after that, it starts getting taken again. And then the week after that, it gets way worse again, and the wizard's back. And we kill the wizard, and it's better again. And then it starts getting worse. And then the wizard is back, and we kill the wizard again. And as we're doing this, we're getting little notes that are ostensibly from the queen, who Petra is saying is real, but the last person who said the queen was real was Uldren, and he was out of his mind. But we're getting notes from somebody in the lore book Truth to Power. And it's saying, oh, this is just, this is Savathun's trick. No, this is Queria's trick. No, this is my trick. No, this is the Vex's trick. No, this is Savathun's plan in the first place. And we're like, what do you mean this is Savathun's plan in the first place? And Savathun's kid sits us down and goes, Savathun has one humdinger of a scheme. She is going to refinance her existence. She is going to move from a commodity of murder to a commodity of failing to be understood. And in so doing, she will be able to scheme forever. And in so doing, claim some semblance of power from that. But it would take a lot of energy to give her that kind of power. She'd need some kind of some kind of infinite cycle of death and rebirth, and some kind of time loop that she could get an infinite amount of tribute out of. Oh no.
Is that good?
That's not good. It's not good at all. So the Guardian does eventually manage to make it to Mara Sov, who's real, as it turns out, and has been there but was not the one talking to Aldrin. Aldrin's sister was alive, and he was right about that, but he was being gaslit by a dragon. He was being tricked and led about by a dragon. And eventually the Queen goes, hey, I've been talking to the Nine. Something's going on. We need to figure out what's going on. Something's happening. I don't really understand what we're going to do, but something's going to happen. I'm sure it should be okay. Right? So then oh Jesus, I accidentally skipped a bit further than I meant to, because I'm searching for a very specific timeline event. There it is. Okay. So a little bit after, the Guardian starts working with some other folks. There are some folks who've shown back up in the last city who have some forges of Golden Age weapons called the Black Armory. They've started to be they're starting to got together. During that, suddenly, there has been a very nice ghost who's been around for a number of years, who's been nicknamed Pulled Pork for how he appears. Pulled Pork is a very sweet boy and has been looking for his guardian since the collapse and has not found him yet. He looks everywhere and eventually he makes his way to the Dreaming City because it's been locked off, but who knows, maybe his guardian is there. And then he finds some blue guy under a sheet in the middle of a gazebo and he's like, oh, maybe this is my... it's my guardian! This is great! Pulled Pork, soon to be named Glint, which is how I'll refer to him going forward, raises the corpse of Aldrin Sov into a guardian, who will take the name Crow going forward. And although the Guardians are always, happy to have friends around, and the Guardians know full well that when you are revived, it, holding on with every context clue I can manage, I'm trying very hard. I'm trying very hard to make sure that this is something you're able to keep up with. If you ever have a specific question or need some refreshers, I can assure you, just ask and I will do my best. Guardians are raised memoryless, so they're functionally new people. Like, they're not the same person they were when they were alive. But also, the person who had that body last, Crow, sir, he shot the dude everybody loved. So if we see you walking around, it's probably not going to go well for you. And so he tries his best to try to, like, get some friends, right? So a little bit later, on the one hand, Tabula Rasa, on the other hand, you son of a bitch. Yeah, exactly. The Guardian learns more about the Drifter, has some stuff go on. But more importantly, there's a single Fallen. There's a single Fallen who's, like, kind of friendly. Is that the... Back when the Guardian was the only one with light, back at the beginning of Destiny 2, there was an event in which there was a single Fallen captain fighting with a Hive Knight. And the Guardian killed the Hive Knight, and the captain saluted and left. And didn't fight us, and just let us have the technology that all three of us were fighting over. I I don't get it. So eventually, we get a message from that same guy from Titan. So he makes a contact. He finds out through the grapevine that one of his old friends is planning to steal the only remaining Siva functional weapon from the tower's storage archives. It is a powerful weapon by the name of Outbreak Prime. And while it is a limited force of Siva, Siva is self-replicating and cannot be allowed to go free. And now some Fallen are trying to steal it, and we know what happened to the last Fallen that had Siva. So Mithrax, because his name is Mithrax, well, his name is Mithrax, but Mithrax is the name that he has taken, since it is easier to say. And he contacts the Guardian to be like, you gotta stop. This woman Aramis, is trying to steal this. This is bad for you. I will warn you, and we will go through your old tower together. We have about 40 minutes until shit pops off. And we're like, okay, that sounds like a lot of problems. Meanwhile, throughout the system, for like the past 6 months, 9 months, there's just been a bunch of Hive that keep praying to Savathun, whoever the fuck that is. It could be anybody. A little bit later, we get a call from Callus, who's like,
Guardian, I'm having a party. Everybody's invited. Come on in. I'm having a good time. Also, you have to kill this guy in my basement who has a hat from this woman Savathun. And the hat is giving him great Hive controlling powers, but he is trying to usurp me now. I let you on the ship. I give you a bunch of weapons. You kill the guy with the hat.
So we kill the guy wearing the Crown of Sorrow, a trapped, cursed gift from Savathun. And then we're like, okay, well, we're probably fine. We managed to, we took care of that. Problems in Seoul aren't really happening. Giant red citadel bursts out of the surface of the moon. A bunch of Oryx's less popular, granddaughters are going, we are going to resurrect our grandfather Oryx. The moon is very haunted. The moon is very haunted. Welcome, newbie. The moon is haunted. We are up to Shadowkeep. So if you are wondering where in the story we are, it's Shadowkeep. So Oryx's the remainder of Oryx's brood, having kind of lost their leaders, are trying to raise Oryx from the dead, and in doing so, they found some kind of pyramid underneath the moon's surface, and the pyramid seems to have the ability to bring someone's nightmares to life as a physical and hostile entity. And we're like, oh, that seems bad. And Eris Morn, our friend, whenever we have to take care of Hive, pops up, haunted by the ghosts of her fire team, and goes, this shit sucks. I hate it. Get them off of me. So we manage to fight our way through the pyramid. We fight a bunch of nightmares, and we have to kind of fight a little kind of best of collection of nightmares of our previous worst of. Yeah. We actually have to fight a bunch of Shadowkeep was not a good expansion. You're saying this was such a high note, but Shadowkeep was kind of not super impressive from a gameplay perspective. Story-wise, it's pretty fun, but ultimately there wasn't a ton to it. But you managed to fight, you fight nightmares of Crota, you fight nightmares of Omnigul, you fight nightmares of Fogoth, you fight a nightmare of Taniks the Scarred. How the fuck does he keep getting in here? Who let Taniks the Scarred into my nightmares? Get him out. How is there another fucking Taniks? God damn it. I cannot stand this man. Toland starts popping up again going, "You bitches dropped the power. I hate you for that. I'm never forgiving you." And we're like, "Yeah, whatever, Toland. Eat a dick." And he flies off. So the Guardian manages to fight through a bunch of stuff. And then the Guardian's ghost starts getting possessed as they get closer to the pyramid. The witness? Maybe? Unclear. Some voice starts talking through our Guardian's ghost, like, "Hey, the Red War sucked, didn't it? Traveler didn't help you at all. Traveler didn't help your friend Cade. Traveler didn't help all those dead Guardians on the moon, did it?" And we're like, "Hey, man, what the fuck?" And then the Guardian goes up to a pyramid, inside the pyramid, to a weird veiled statue with an orb below it. And they touch it, and suddenly they're on a mesa in the Black Garden. And the Guardian turns around and they're standing there. I don't mean they in an abstract sense. The Guardian turns around to see themselves standing several feet away, smiling with this, like a grin that reminds you why teeth exist. Telling the Guardian, "Don't you recognize us? We are your salvation." And we're like, "What the fuck was that?" Mystery Hub doesn't give us a lore book yet. Maybe later. Oh. Is my door being knocked on? Hello? I could have sworn I heard a knock just now. That's unsettling. I'm gonna leave a headphone off for a minute. So the Guardians as a whole discover that there is a portal to the Black Garden on the moon. And we're like, "Oh shit, the Black Garden, that place is bad. That place has existed since Destiny 1 and it used to have a big, like, evil black heart inside of it that was actually, like, trying to corrupt the Traveler. We can't let that happen again." So what's going on? Why is the Black Heart coming? The Undying Mind, the Vex Mind that we could not kill because it existed between timelines, exists again. And Ikora Rey goes, "I have a plan. Everyone in our timeline is going to make a portal to allow us to jump into alternate timelines to kill copies of the Undying Mind. And if Guardians across every timeline make this portal, we could kill every copy of the Undying Mind in every timeline and stop it from having to do its thing." And we're like, that's the best idea I've ever heard. So there's a Vex portal that we build at the tower and that doesn't backfire somehow. Great. Cool. Are we going to worry about the fact that our ghost was possessed? No? Okay. Sure. So Osiris starts doing some research and he realizes, wait a minute, in like a significant number of futures from here, we are about to be fucking killed to death. And he goes up to Rasputin and he's like, "You don't help in any of those timelines. What the fuck is your problem?" So the Guardian goes in, and Osiris is like, "Don't worry, I made a sundial that'll help us navigate timelines. I've called it the sundial because I think that's a cool little thing. We just need to just kind of go around, and we can go through time, and we can fix things, and it'll be no problem. And we will stop the Cabal from taking control of it." And we're like, "Why did you make a sundial that could get through multiple timelines?" Be honest. He's like, "I was trying to save my boyfriend." And we're like, "Oh, Saint 14, one of the strongest guardians to ever exist, might be able to live, huh? Bet." So the Guardians fight through and find Saint 14 immediately prior to the Vex creating a means to take his light from him. And they kill the one mind that they made over thousands of years for this purpose. And at that point, the Vex are like, "Well, that was as much experimentation as it was practical. We're probably not making another one of those." So we leave the Infinite Forest, and a couple hundred or a couple thousand years pass from our perspective, and we walk to the front door of the Infinite Forest, and Saint 14 literally punches his way out of the gate, having taken the full 1 second by 1 second forward into the future time travel all the way to modern day, and is alive again. Saint 14, from this point onward, is no longer a legendary guardian that fought his way to his death in the middle of the Black Garden. He is, in fact, that dude who lived. And he's back. And he kicks ass. But also, we have been working with some of the Fallen, and he was on a crusade against them back in the day when we were extremely at war with them. So we're gonna have to work on that. Grandpa's got a little bit of prejudice that we're gonna have to work through if we're gonna be okay. So back there's another section where some members of the Cabal try to crash a spaceship that was going to blow up our sun into the Earth. We managed to stop that. Nothing happens. Don't worry about it. It's not great. So Osiris has been doing research and has discovered that the pyramid ships are about to arrive. Nokris, Oryx's dead son, who can do a necromancy to bring himself back, manages to fight his way into his aunt's throne world. And he goes, "Auntie Savathun, they're being mean to me. If I teach you necromancy, will you give me access to Queria?" And Savathun's, "Yes, nephew, but only if you're very good and you stop the Guardians from talking to the dude who owns the pyramids." Because at this point, the pyramids show the fuck up en masse. Every star system, every planet in Sol is fucked. We are actively losing on every front. The collapse to the Squeakquel has begun. And we get a seed to a very particular paracausal tree that we plant under Eris's guidance that kind of cuts through some weird interference we're getting from somewhere. I don't know. Why would the Hive do that? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we try to convince Anna Bray and Rasputin to escape. We try to convince Sloane, who was the one on Titan, to escape. We try to convince Asher Mir, the researcher with the metal arm, to escape. And we try to convince Brother Vance, the Osiris fanboy, to escape. Anna comes with, after Rasputin gets fully bodied by the darkness again. But Sloane, Vance, and Asher Mir all stay behind to fight the darkness on their respective planets. And we're just like, all right, man. They're all staying on the planet, knowing full well that it is about to be a PvP-enabled zone. Just to make sure that the darkness and the Black Fleet cannot get access to it. So the darkness starts getting... The darkness starts sending notes to the Guardian. And the notes appear to be a creation myth. And the creation myth is as follows. In a time before time, there was a garden. And in that garden existed a gardener and a winnower. If you've started zoning out, because I've been going through a lot with a lot of names, things are about to get real simple name-wise, but they're very important in terms of lore. So I'll jingle the keys for you if you need me to, but come on back. The gardener and the winnower played a game. It was much like Conway's Game of Life, except not. It was called the Flower Game. And in the Flower Game, what would inevitably happen is a single pattern would eventually emerge, taking over everything else and locking the game in a stalemate forever. And the gardener thought this was boring, and the winnower thought that this kicked ass, and they could always play again. And the winnower said, we can't, do anything about it. And the gardener said, okay, bet. And the gardener started cheating. So the winnower stabbed them. And in doing so, the pattern, which was vexing the gardener, escaped into reality that was in the process of being made. And the effects of the gardener and the winnower, of life and death, of light and darkness, were made manifest within the new reality. And this note from the darkness, talking much as God did to Oryx, in that exact same way, that same sleazy used car salesman cadence, the darkness talked to the Guardian and tried to offer them, saying listen, light without change, without some sort of death, without any sort of removal is hell. There has to be something to stop cancer. There has to be something to make sure that energy does naturally fade. There has to be a counter. It can't just be light forever. That's me. You do my work every time you kill something. You understand. Can we stop fighting? Come to Europa. There's power for you on Europa. And as we receive that last message, are you tired of Taniks? Yeah. As we receive that last message, we realize the come to Europa, there's power on Europa, is being broadcast wideband, and that everyone is getting that one. So we go over there, and Aramis, the same Kel that was of the Fallen, that was trying to steal that Siva gun a couple seasons ago, is there, trying to get access to the pyramid as well. And she is using ice powers, which are powers of the darkness, in the expansion known as Beyond Light. So we meet Varix there, and Varix is like, hey, I know me opening up all the cells may have resulted in Cayde dying. I fucked up. But also, we don't have time for that right now. Things are about to go very bad. So the Guardian starts to learn a darkness power called Stasis, and that strange Exo that didn't have time to explain why she didn't have time to explain from Destiny 1 shows back up and says, what's up? My name is Elsie Bray. Anna Bray is my sister. I have been timeline hopping for hundreds of years to try to avoid the apocalypse that is currently on your door. You are the most recent attempt to avoid the death of everything that we know. It is time for me to explain. And Elsie explains that, well, a lot of Guardians end up falling to the darkness as soon as this happens. They end up being a force for evil. Sometimes Eris Morn becomes the Witch Queen. Sometimes Savathun becomes the Witch Queen. Sometimes, the darkness just rolls in and kind of takes over a bunch of Guardians, and it doesn't matter at all. You seem like you have a decent handle on this, weirdly enough, because the Black Garden never corrupted the Traveler. So Darkness's influence is a little bit weaker because you actually fucking did it. We have a chance here. So we go to fight Aramis, who is trying to get a hold of this ice power. We kill all of Aramis's friends who are attempting to also use the ice power, and we're like, nobody gets access to this who's going to serve the darkness. And eventually Aramis goes, "No, help me, Pyramid Man," and reaches out for the pyramid, and the pyramid does not answer, and Aramis freezes solid. So the big Fallen, who is trying to reach out for the darkness, has been permanently frozen and will never show up again. Meanwhile, a couple of friendly Fallen who are like, hey, actually, Fallen is a term for people who no longer worship the Great Machine. We are Elixni is the name of our race. So a couple friendly Elixni try to talk to the people of the city and are like, hey, could we be cooler? And we're like, we'll talk about it with some people. That's going to take some doing, but we'll see what we can do. So at this point, we're just like, okay, great. Now we're on Europa. What else is on Europa? It turns out something is on Europa called the Deepstone Crypt, which is the birthplace of all the machine people, the Exo. Which is like, okay, that's cool. We could find out how the Exo are made. We didn't kill all of Aramis's crew, did we? There was one that got out. A woman named Atrax? Atrax manages to get to the Deepstone Crypt and uploads herself to a Exo body. She backs up her mind. She makes the jump to full trans-Elixniism instead of transhumanism. And she's like, yes, I did it. We made it. I can now self-replicate. I can now, try to do whatever I need to. I need an ally, though. We need somebody who's allied with us who was a friend of Aramis before, and who could help us take back the system and the power of darkness for the Elixni, for the Fallen. The Guardians, as they're chasing Atrax, discover that part of the construction process for Exo is that Vex mind fluid, because the Vex are robots that are inhabited by kind of milk. They're robots with Vex milk inside. The Guardians find out that the blood for Exo is Vex milk that is cut with darkness, essentially. Because Vex milk is self-replicating, Golden Age technology is light-based and therefore heals its own problems, and those two things together resulted in some other problems that we'll go over in a second when we talk about a good friend of ours. And then they just cut it with darkness, and they discovered that, you know what, a little bit of darkness, a little bit of X, a little bit of light, and that lets our robot bodies live. And they have to be reset every once in a while, so they avoid rampancy. But by and large, rampancy doesn't exist in Destiny because magic exists. So we're discovering all of this as we're going through, and then Atrax is like, I did it! I got an ally! And we're like, oh no, she's resurrected someone. She's got a mind scan of somebody that she put into a robot body, and now there are two Elixni Exo. And Tanyx the Scarred climbs out of the fucking casket. Robot Tanyx is now here in the middle of the Deepstone Crypt. Piece of shit.
Has to be the last time this time, right?
Maybe. It's unclear. Tannis goes, all right, we need to get into the Deep Stone Crypt. The best way to get into the Deep Stone Crypt, now that we are immortal robots, is to crash this space station into it and use the nuclear payload inside of this space station to crack open the hull of the underground Deep Stone Crypt. So the 6 Guardians who are on board the space station go, no, 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 do not blow up the space station. Do not nuclear blow up the space station. So we managed to stop it from blowing up, but it does still crash and kind of cracks the door open just a little bit. Meanwhile, the AI for the station is yelling at us, "You're bitches, I hate you, how dare you let somebody get into my ship? You fucking suck, how dare you? I hate you and I'm going..." Clovis Bray wouldn't have let this happen. Clovis Bray was a genius and he was handsome and fantastic and he had a 6-pack. And we're like, okay, AI of the space station. He's like, my name's not Clovis, by the way. And we're like, that's okay, AI of Clovis. We get it. So Taniks pops out. His dick broke off in the crash, and he attaches himself to a flying robot powered by nuclear cores. Because his entire lower half is gone. And you've got to fight him attached to, like, several more guns with, like, artillery and a bunch of shit. And you finally, finally kill Taniks the Scarred. It is unclear if this time will take. Taniks Reborn dies. But now the Deep Stone Crypt is open. So back on... Do you remember the Cabal? The Cabal haven't come up for a while. They kind of took a fat L at the beginning of Destiny 2 and haven't come up. So... the Cabal have... The Cabal have been doing some stuff, like, away from home. Like, ever since the death of Gaul, the Emperor has been deposed. His daughter, Keitel, has taken command of the forces and is flying to the Sol System to try to kind of rally the rest of the Red Legion troops. Oh no, wait, sorry. She is crowned Empress, but her main advisor, one Umun Arath, don't worry about how much that sounds like Zebu Arath. Her main advisor has been looking at a machine called the Oxa, which has some kind of, like... it's like a relic that has memories about past civilizations on it of some kind. It says that, like, if you do a bunch of war rituals, like, you become more powerful by tithing or something like that. So, her main war advisor shows up naked, covered in runes, surrounded by ritual fires on the front of the palace, and Keitel's like, stop, no, and stabs her to death. And in this act, a ritual is finished, summoning the hive god Zebu Arath to the Cabal homeworld of Tora Bottle. And Zebu Arath, since we talked about Oryx and we talked about Savathun a lot, but we haven't talked about XA as much. Zebu's big thing, remember, was war. And the one thing the Cabal are fucking kick-ass at is war. So when your war planet filled with the war guys and the war god shows up to try to recruit you, you don't have much of a choice. It is forced service. It is unfortunate. So Oryx's ship has a bunch of information about, like, Osiris is doing some research on the hive because there are a bunch of, like, weird, like, things popping up that seem to be relics of Zebu Arath, and he's just like, oh, I can just research this. I'm a guardian. It's fine. His ghost dies. His ghost dies and he gets extremely trapped, and he's going to die when suddenly the guardian pops in, just busts a bunch of heads, kills a bunch of people, and the Guardian's like, yeah, I got it. No problem. Only they're about to not save Osiris when suddenly this guy pops up named Crow. And the Guardian's like, you look a lot like a man I hate. You look like a lot like a man I shot. Rival Fortune, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. You look a lot like a man I shot. And Crow's just like, I'm getting that a lot. I don't really understand, but I seem to be in some sort of indentured servitude to Spider, this local crime lord. He did put a bomb on pulled pork, again, whose name is now Glint, my ghost. So if I disobey him, he will blow up my ghost and I will die. But we rescue Osiris and it's fine, and our buddy Osiris is great. I'm so glad Osiris is back and nothing bad is ever going to happen with Osiris. We rescued him and he goes back to the city where he starts to just do a bunch of research about Hive stuff. Because, like, obviously, he's going to throw himself into his research after the death of his ghost. He can't go back out. He's traumatized. Plus, Osiris is acting a little bit traumatized overall, and we're just like, oh, okay, we can't be doing that. So the Guardian, Crow, and Osiris, with help from the research side, managed to stop a lot of Xivu Arat's forces from kind of coming in. We managed to stop a lot of the Wrathborn, which are the name for the mind control, the whammied people who are being brought under Xivu Arat's sway. And we do so good that Spider's just like, Guardian, take anything you want from my Guardian, take anything you want from my home. I'll give you one item off of my select shelf of cool things that I love. We're like, great, I'll take Crow. He's in the room. And Spider's just like, you real motherfucker. I hate you so much. You realize that? You are not fulfilling the spirit of my contract, even if you are going by the word of it. How dare you? But Crow is free. And now he thinks the Guardian's really cool, and he has kind of like a little fanboy thing, but like an understated one. He's got a role model to look up to. So, at this point, Keitel, on the run from Torabottle since the Cabal are now homeless, shows up in the system and goes, hey, I'm recruiting all of the Red Legion. The forces of darkness are clearly at your door. Guardians, let's go to a war council. And once we're there, she's like, great. You all unite under my banner. Serve me. We will personally kick everybody out of the Soul System. Then we'll go back and we'll take Torabottle. And we'll all be one unified Cabal empire. And Zavala's like, no. Of course not. The Guardians hate that idea. We're not entering a monarchy. So, over the course of a couple of months, the Guardian personally handles a bunch of solo challenges from a bunch of Keitel's most powerful forces, saying, hey, we are absolutely not going to do this. We will do this your way. We will handle it in trial by combat. The Guardians win, and Keitel's just like, great. We enter a partnership as equals. Darn, I can't believe my forces lost. And she turns to her war council, who are still a bunch of like old Cabal money, like warmongers, and she's just like, guys, I can't do anything. They won the right of proving. We can't do anything. And then Keitel and her advisor are like in a back room in a lore entry going like, so this was the only way, right? Like, if we handle it by the appropriate means, like, the Guardians obviously wouldn't have allowed themselves into an allegiance, and, like, the guys below us definitely wouldn't have wanted an allegiance, but we do need this alliance with the Guardians right now. So if we do put on a little bit of a show, we kind of give up a little bit of ground, they get a little bit of a dub, and then we end up with an extra ally that is literally immortal. No problem. And Keitel's advisor is just like, if you think that's best, ma'am. So at this point, Mithrax, techno priest, generally cool guy, and current head of the friendly Elixni forces, brings a bunch of Elixni to the city. And we're like, we will offer, you know what? It is finally time to start burying that hatchet. We'll let you in. You can live in this part of the city where the Fallen attacked previously, but we will, help you in rebuilding it. We'll make sure that there is an Elixni quarter where your people can have space to live and to thrive. We'll do our best to get like ether production set up for you. And then all of a sudden the city goes dark and the sun doesn't rise. And this happens for months, and tensions are high, and the people in the city are like, get the fucking Elixni out of here. They're doing something. I don't know what they're doing. This is bad. It's clearly bad. The Traveler's there. Meanwhile, the Elixni and Mithrax especially are going like, oh, this is a Vex thing. You have a Vex thing. And the Guardian goes in and sees some kind of powerful Vex mind named Quria in the middle of the system surrounding the last city. At which point, the leader of the future war cult, one of the city factions, one Lakshmi II, begins to kind of really spout some racist shit against Elixni. Like, it's just truly unfortunate that she is voiced by Shara Agdashlu, because she's just a vile character. Played super well, very hateable. But the future war cult's whole thing is that they have a like minor augury device based on Vex technology that allows them to see potential futures, and in a lot of them, the Vex invade the last city in the middle of the Elixni quarter. And it's like, oh, well, they're letting them in. Meanwhile, the Guardian can't really stop political unrest. That has to be up to the city. So the Guardian just goes to kill Quria to end the Endless Night. Because, like, if that happens, then, like, obviously, everything will be better, right? The Guardian defeats Quria, one of Savathun's strongest Vex lieutenants, dead. And the Endless Night starts going away. The Vanguard enters an alliance with House Light, Mithrax's new house of Elixni that they are establishing under the protection of the Great Machine again. And then Lakshmi keeps spouting racist bullshit and opens a Vex portal in the middle of the Elixni quarter to forcibly kill those motherfuckers. Now, in the back over the course of this season, Mithrax and Saint 14 have been having some problems, right? Because Saint has seen what the Elixni did, what the Fallen did, to the people of the last city in the Dark Age. Before the city was really back. He was at the Battle of Six Fronts. He was at the Battle of Twilight Gap. He's seen what's going on. He knows that there have been there's a lot of bad blood to work through. Yeah, well, I'll get to that in a second, Winder. Don't worry about it. So Saint is working through, all of these problems with Mithrax. And Saint is saying, like, these people are living alongside things that they have known to be monsters for generations. And Mithrax is like, you want to hear about monsters? Saint 14, the person that has killed more Elixni than anybody in history, except maybe literally the darkness? And Saint's like, fuck. So Saint is, who is a very, at his core, though he is forced to work, Saint is a gentle soul. So he tries to make friends with children, like Elixni children, like he tries to give them a ball back, and they're like, holy shit, it's the fucking nightmare that I'm told about. That's the Hat Man that comes for me if I don't need all my ether. And he's like, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm a boogeyman. Unacceptable, I need to be better. So Lakshmi talks to Osiris, and Osiris is just like, you know what, we should We should form a new... We should form a new ruling head of the city. I don't think that Ikora and Zavala really have the chops to be doing what's going on. It should be you and me, Saint. We should rule this city. And Lakshmi, you should open up a portal to send a bunch of Vex into the middle of the Elixni quarter. Like, not enough to kill them. Just enough, not enough to kill the city, just enough to kill the Elixni. And then, like, the Guardians will respond and it'll be a terrible accident. But obviously, those Elixni brought it on themselves. And then we're like, hey, what the fuck has been going on with Osiris? He just suggested that we take the Crown of Sorrow from the Leviathan and bring it to the city. He just suggested that you try to do a coup. He's been, like, talking about Vex stuff like he doesn't know it, and he's, like, the Vex guy. So Osiris runs from the city after it's revealed that he had a part in, the summoning of the portal in the Elixni Quarter. And we go to find him, and he's hiding in the Dreaming City talking to Mara, and we're like, Mara, listen, whatever's going on, I need you to step away from Osiris. We just have some questions for him, alright? And Osiris is like, huh? What? For me? Questions? Huh? What did I do? And then Saint is like, come on, it's not too late. You still have time to be forgiven. We can still forgive you for whatever you've done. And Savathun takes off the Osiris mask like, I'll hold you to that. And we're like, what the fuck do you mean Savathun was Osiris? I can't believe that she bugging and Edgar suited one of our most trusted allies for like 6 months, and even his boyfriend didn't notice. We thought he was mourning his ghost. Oh yeah, Saint does defend the Elixni during the events of the Elixni Quarter attacked by the Vex, and so he is on much better terms with them. And he is making his way to being a significantly better person. So Savathun goes, hey, my sister's kind of after me. I did some shit. I've been Osiris since you rescued him after his ghost died. Don't worry, the real Osiris is alive, but like, if you crack open this whack-ass crystal prison I'm in and try to kill me, he will die, I'll tell ya. But all you need to do is take my worm out. Take out my worm, take out my Dark Pact worm, and I will immediately leave, and I'll give you your boyfriend back. So, there was there was a knight called Kelgarath, who's I'm actually going to bring up because I think he might be Tanixing a bit. Savathun is very fun. Savathun is a fun villain. So Savathun hires... there was a guy called Kelgarath who worked for Oryx's forces, and then he worked for Savathun's forces, and then he died, and then he got brought back, and then he worked for Xivu Arath's forces, and then he died, and then he was brought back again as a Taken under Xivu Arath again. Now Kelgarath, taken from bones, arisen from bones, taken by war. He's died like 4 or 6 times. He's the, like, at least Tanix fucking did something. Right now, Kelgarath has consistently jobbed. His only big factor is that he's not dying. Kelgarath needs to do some shit. But yeah, we solve some problems. We get Savathun's worm out. She pops away. And Osiris is back. And we're like, oh shit, we did it. Savathun's worm is out, and now Mara has Savathun's worm. That's like a valuable source of information. That shit's like thousands of years old. Hell yeah. Actually. And then we're like, well, at least, you know, Savathun might be a problem, but like she's wormless now. So like, what's she gonna do to us? The next expansion is called the Witch Queen. I'll talk about that in a half a sec. I'll be right back.
You may notice that while I am here, I have not been popping in very often. This is intentional. I do not actually want to extend the amount of time Emily would have to be here and explain more of Destiny off of my dumb ass. Bring things up that or goofing. This has already been nearly 4 hours long.
I'm only going to do like half a bife. This will probably end up being like 5 hours. We're starting to get closer to the end.
Mm-hmm.
But also, yeah, if you do ever have anything to bring up, don't hesitate to. I think it's fun.
That's fair. I don't play Destiny, so I don't really have a tremendous number of questions anyway.
Oh, for sure. That's fair. So Savathun pops the fuck back up on the planet of Mars, which has, I forgot to mention, when the Black Fleet rolled back into the system, when all the pyramids showed up, Mars, Io, and Mercury all popped into a hole in space-time, like a 8-ball in a corner pocket, and continued to exert a gravitational influence like they were there, but if you go there, it's just a hole in space. Like the whole thing. Stole my planet, can't have shit in Detroit. Exactly. So Mars pops up out of nowhere, and then Savathun rolls in, and we're just like, ma'am? And then Savathun is like, check this shit out, and she summons Hive that are using the light. And we're like, that's illegal. And then the Hive dies, and a ghost brings them back, and we're like, that's turbo illegal. How did you get that? So we have to kill a ghost to stop it from rezzing the Hive Knight that it was resurrecting. And apparently, when a ghost picks a guardian, or when a ghost is assigned to a guardian, however this is happening, they get, like, a thematically appropriate look to them, because these ones are all bones and Hive chitin. So the guardian realizes that, oh, that my darkness abilities are letting me get a little bit of a, I can sense the past kind of thing. Like I can briefly bring past objects into existence around me based on like resonant points in the surrounding area. And that's called deep sight. That's all that is. So the Guardian starts doing some big investigation to be like, what the fuck is happening here? How does Savathun have the light? And we start getting some memories from Savathun and like bringing them to a little space in her throne world where we like review them like they're VHS tapes. And she's just like, yeah, no, there's a bad guy called the Witness. Not Jonathan Blow's the Witness, but an enemy called the Witness who is a bigger bad than everyone. The malefactor of your collapse.
This mega mind looking vape
Mega
looking
mind
motherfucker.
looking motherfucker. And after we get enough memories, after we get like 6 or 7, we get a memory of the last memory of Savathun's up to the point of her death, which was her walking up on a cliff overlooking the Traveler, going to it and going like, "Hey man, I'm not serving them anymore. When I die, will you get me up? I don't have any cards to play here. I'm begging. Please get me up when this happens. Like, if you're talking back, I'm not hearing it. It'd be I admit it'd be pretty funny if you just let me die here. Is that the plan?" And she just passes out. And then a ghost pops up and reses her. And, like, smash cut to the office of the Vanguard where the Guardian is just given the report and Zavala. Like, what the fuck do you mean a ghost got her up willingly? What do you mean the Traveler resurrected one of our greatest enemies in the light? And we're just like, hey man, like, maybe the Traveler's just, like, playing all the options. And the overall plan goes, hey, okay, well, regardless, we cannot let her steal the Traveler like she's planning to do. We interrupt a ritual she was doing, which would have stolen the Traveler, sealed it in her throne world, and then hidden her throne world. Which would have just, like, taken it out of the path of the incoming army and just kind of left humanity to fucking die when the pyramids rolled around. No, we knew she was a light bearer. We just thought she stole it. She didn't. She got that shit the right way. So we bust in, we fight Savathun, and then we encounter something weird. We get a little shard of Savathun's original worm, the one that she made the pact with, like the calcified one from ages and ages and ages ago, the one that belonged to her dad that was telling her about the God Wave that was going to kill their civilization. And we toss that on the memory altar. And we get a monologue from someone who's not Savathun going, "Those Krill are the next up to be chosen by the Traveler. That can't happen. Let's lie to them. Let's tell them that they have to take the darkness to survive. Let's tell them that they have to kill and continue to kill. Let's tell them that they have to become our servants going forward. And they have to make pacts with the worms or else they're going to die. And then we'll have a servant and the orb will be down one." And Savathun hears this report and is like, fuck. And then she just gets real mad. You have a fight to the death. She dies, but her ghost gets away. And since she's a light bearer, well, that means she can just get back up sometime. So Savathun is out there in the wild somewhere. But Savathun does pass on a message to us. The witness is coming. And this kind of clicks a lot of pieces into place for us, which is the light is not inherently good, right? The light is a power, and it's very clearly not inherently good because the Hive just got it. Come the fuck on. But that also means that the darkness isn't inherently evil, right? Which means there has to be, if it's been doing evil things, there's been someone behind it doing evil things, and that is the witness. This mega mind looking motherfucker with a smoky head going off above him and all that jazz.
The personified vape rig that is the witness.
Yes, exactly. And so now we have a name to all of the things that we've ever seen the darkness say. Is what they want you to believe. I don't believe that for a second, and I'm going to tell you why later when we're done with this entire book report I'm calling the entirety of 10 years of history of a video game. But more about that later. I don't buy it. So, Keitel lets the Guardian know, hey, some Scions have been sending off some illegal broadcasts. They're trying to undermine my rule. Could you please stop that? Scions are a servant race of the Cabal that she has recently freed, which, like, she did free them from bondage, but also, like, that means they are free to oppose her. So she handles that by simply killing the people that oppose her, as opposed to just, like, living on their own. Because, like, she may have let you go free, but if you do acts against the Empire, she's still gonna kill the shit out of you. The game is good now, right? Lightfall was a bad story. We'll get there. It's looking like the final shape is probably pretty good. You did snag Lightfall off of PS Plus. Maybe now's the time to get back in. The game is undergoing maintenance on Monday for the final expansion of the current arc. So suddenly Callus rolls back into the solar system after having disappeared into one of the 8-ball corner pockets that were the planets a little while ago. And he goes,
Guardian, I'm working for the Witness now. This is great. I'm going to summon nightmares of everything you've ever loved and lost.
and we're like, what the fuck, man? Weren't we cool? And so Crow is haunted by the memories of Uldren Sov, who taunts him like, hey, you realize you were probably a real motherfucker, right? And Crow's like, I don't have to think about that. Savathun gave me my memories back when she was in the whack-ass crystal prison. I know I was a piece of shit. I'm getting better. Zavala gets haunted by the memory of his wife, Hugon, and the memory of his dead son. And he has to try to come to terms with the fact that his wife is dead and his son is dead and they're never coming back, and he continues to lose people and has to move forward as the only immortal in the middle of an increasingly mortal world. And then Keitel has to fight with the memory of the villain from the beginning of Destiny 2, Dominus Gall, who was a mentor of hers, and while a nightmare, he talks a bunch of shit to her. Like, you're not a real empress. No skill. Stop spamming. And she's just like, no, no, no. You should learn to block. And he's like, oh, I'm defeated. Aramis, the Elixni that was getting the Freezy powers back when we were all going to Europa, breaks out of her whack-ass icy prison. And the Witness grabs her and tells her, hey, you're going to rally every single remaining fallen pirate crew, and you're going to take over as much as you can, really. I need you to get a bunch of these dark artifacts that your people stole from the pyramid and the moon a while ago. No particular reason. And she's just like, listen, you broke me out of the ice prison, and I actually have a purpose now. I'll take it. But it's quite clear that, like, she's experiencing some she's got some hesitance to what she's doing, right? At which point, meanwhile, back in the last city, Mithrax's daughter, Ido, named after Sure Ido, who, I don't think I ever brought this up, Mara's girlfriend, the queen consort, died during the wars in the Reef, back during the time of the House of Wolves and everything else. It's suggested that the Nine had something to do with her death, and it's also been suggested since that she might come back due to some bullshit. But Mithrax named his daughter after her, so we meet Ido, who is a scribe of House Light. She is she's the woman in the chair, if you will. And she's precious and everyone's daughter. So Ido does some research, and she tries to reach out to Aramis. She's like, I don't truly believe you're, like, not able to be saved. Come live beneath the great machine with us. There is redemption for you here. You can start over. And Aramis is just like, no, I'm too far gone. I'm irrevocably evil. And then she's like, hey, Guardian, those bits I'm collecting belong to a man named Nezarek, who's a disciple of the Witness. And we're like, oh, that sounds bad. In fact, that sounds pretty bad overall. Because just previously, back after the defeat of Savathun. But before Callus came back, because I accidentally skipped a bit, because it's getting quite late and I have had 2 glasses of wine. There's a pyramid ship in Savathun's throne world that we have to go into. And inside that pyramid ship, we find a single digitigrade Dracula motherfucker who is the lead of one of the best raids in Destiny, Vow of the Disciple. His name is Rulk. And he's been trying to bust out of this pyramid since Savathun died unsuccessfully because she did a big trick on him and got him trapped in his pyramid. She locked the truck with him inside, and he cannot get out. So he's been trying to get out, and the Guardians go in and kill him, and even the after-action report for this is just like, he could have killed them at any point. It's only because he waited too long to try to kill the shit out of them that they were able to actually get a leg up on him and kill him. But the Guardians managed to kill Rulk, the first disciple of the Witness. Literally the first one he ever recruited. Now we find out that the first attempt at cloning Rulk, Nezarec, the man who the Scions witness and who got all their powers from him, we're learning that his bits are just around. So we destroy them. We keep them sealed away, except for they're very powerful darkness artifacts. Darkness, which we now know is linked to memory through things like Deep Sight. So we brew a fingy into a cup of tea and we use it to wake up Osiris. So Osiris took a little bit of a sippy of finger tea of Nezarec and managed to wake back up from the coma that he'd been in since he got whammied by Savathun. And then he kisses his boyfriend. So at this point, the Witness is about to be here, so we suggest that Anna Bray goes to talk to her grandpa, Clovis. Clovis Bray, you know, grandfather of Anna Bray, one of the greatest minds of the Golden Age. We have since learned that Clovis Bray is, in fact, an irredeemable monster. An uncomplicated egoist who was trying to achieve immortality through legacy. And was trying to literally achieve immortality by creating the machine people. The crimes of Clovis Bray are too long to go over here tonight to be reasonable. And they also do not apply to what's going to be going forward. So, just know Clovis Bray is a real piece of shit. But we might need to talk to him to try to repair Rasputin, who has, ever since being stored in an engram, when the pyramids rolled into the system, started degrading. So we need to get him into a body. The least ethical man to ever live. That's actually, yes. It says something that a lot of the villains of Destiny are gods and monsters, but one of the most truly irredeemable people in the story is a normal-ass human being. So, they start to make an experimental exoframe to put Rasputin into. To get it ready for Rasputin, they do install a small portion of Clovis Bray into it so he can kind of do some work from the inside on it to get it ready for Red. Through this, we eventually discover that Clovis Bray did not design Rasputin to protect humanity from outside threats. Lobby, thank you so much for the follow. Instead, Clovis Bray made Rasputin to try to act as a god machine to rule over humanity with an iron fist. And the only reason he didn't do this is because Anna gave him a conscience over the course of talking to him and making him more human. Rasputin wakes up and immediately warns us that Clovis Bray is attempting to hijack the Warmind systems to take control of the satellites and immediately has set himself up as a new god king of mankind again. We stop that. But, ultimately, we find out that Xivu-Arath's forces are here. And with the Warmind up and running, we have been able to hold them off. However, the Warmind can't beat Xivu-Arath's forces without enacting an extreme act of war. And they can't lose to Xivu-Arath's forces without their forces enacting an extreme act of war. And either one of those would give the sufficient sacrifice for Xivu-Arath to roll in directly and park her entire invading fleet in the middle of Earth and just fuck us up immediately. Rasputin starts... Aramis, under the guidance of the Witness, starts to flip the master control switch that would fire on the Traveler, and the Traveler starts to leave. For the first time since the collapse, the Traveler begins slightly to fly away. It ends up taking a higher seat over Earth, finally making the Destiny 1 logo from like 8 to 9 years before above the Earth, and does not get shot by Rasputin satellites because Rasputin has just permanently taken himself offline. But not before leaving us a message that there is another human settlement on Neptune, and that the Witness is looking for something there that's called the Veil. Xivu-Arath isn't dead yet. Also, it's only, Xivu's only 4 letters. So no worries. Xivu-Arath is still out there, somewhere. Yeah, Rasputin is forced to sacrifice himself and leaves us a collection of poetry in the memory banks of a cool robot dog that he leaves to Anna. The death of Rasputin sucks. I wish him nothing but the best, and I hope that a light bearer in his body is eventually brought forward. But if he did die, he died not going to war in direct defiance of his original programming, and that's honestly pretty beautiful. February 28th, 2023 our time, several hundred years later, Destiny time. The Witness shows the fuck up. The Traveler, the pyramids finally show up directly outside of Earth's orbit, and the Witness arrives with them. The Traveler attempts to shoot the Witness with a beam. It fails. The Witness attempts to hit the Traveler. It doesn't work somehow. As the Traveler fires the beam, remember this, a set of shutter doors close on Zavala, Ikora, Mara, and Osiris. Just the shutter doors close because it's very bright out, right? The Witness shows up and the sleazy car salesman is nowhere to be seen. I'll go over that at the end. I have some thoughts on that. But yeah, they send us a message saying there's a civilization on Neptune. The Veil is on Neptune. Callus is going to Neptune to try to get it for the Witness, who appears to be some degree of intangible. Like, the Witness is able to do things, but the Witness can't touch things. And so getting access to the Veil would be difficult, ? It's not super clear why the Witness couldn't just go over there and get it themselves. I'm not going to worry about it. We make our way to Neomuna, a very kind of neon 80s future tech city, that is guarded by, some pretty cool, like, mecha humans with auto-tune on their voices, who are called the Cloud Striders. We meet Rohan and Nimbus. Rohan is 2 weeks from retirement, and, Nimbus is the, like, hot-blooded youth. And the idea, to kind of contrast the Guardians, who are defenders that live forever, is that they are like magic. The Cloud Striders are all technology, but they only live for like 10 years and then die, and another one takes their place, right? 71%, exactly. Over this time, we find a strange power on Neomuna called Strand. It seems to be like the fabric, being able to manipulate the fabric of the world around us. But we're really kind of tugging at the fibers to try to get that power to really juice us up, and we're always ending up tired afterwards. Osiris is telling us to tug harder, and it doesn't seem to be working. And then Nimbus is telling us just like, hey man, just go with the flow. It's okay. Nimbus, by the way, they, them. For all you Pride Month appreciators out there. And Nimbus is just like, you gotta go with the flow. Easy.
Guardians powered by the red string of fate. That's right. It's the power of love.
The green string of lets me grapple to a point in open space.
Grappling hooks are love. Bionic Commando proved this by making his grappling arm his wife.
That's true. So the Guardian tries to get a hold of Strand Power and gets taunted by Callus, and they get like a weird, like, their ghost starts to get hijacked by the Witness again, and that's kind of weird, but it seems like we're actually like spying on them a little bit. The Witness is just like, hey Callus, how's the getting the veil thing going? And he's like, fine, whatever. Fucking nobody appreciates me. And the Witness like shatters all of space around Callus's like, what? You want to say that again, motherfucker? You want to say that to my face? And Callus is just like, no, I'm very sorry that I said that to you. I'll get the bail. So we're like, oh, okay, so what's the veil? And they're like, well, to use the veil on the Traveler, they need the radial mast. And we're like, okay, what's the radial mast? They're like, it's the thing that they need to use the veil against the Traveler. And we're like, great. What is using the veil against the Traveler do? And they're like, that would be bad. And we're like, great, why would it be bad? And they're like, we have to go now. And I'm like, no, you need to tell me fucking anything about this story. So we make our way to the radial mast, because otherwise they're going to use the veil on the Traveler for whatever the fuck that does. And we get to the radial mast, and we can only blow it up using Strand, because Strand is a power type that our enemies haven't seen before, which means that they haven't built barriers that can specifically counteract it, which means we can actually blow up this thing that's going to be used on the veil. So we get over to the radial mast, and we manage to get to it, and we manage to use our Strand powers, and we fight a bunch of people, but we get gassed right before we get to the radial mast, and the radial mast seems to be about to do its thing, and we're just like, no, that can't happen. So Rohan flies in 2 weeks from retirement, and flies over to the radial mast, steps inside of it, and blows it up from inside with a bomb that he made of himself. Which, if it was possible to blow it up with a bomb, why didn't we just bring a bomb? Why did we not just bring an actual explosive instead of bringing the human explosive? Why did we need to bother with Strand if it was possible to get rid of it with actual physical force, even if it was going to be a super bomb? We could have just packed a super bomb, even if it was the size of a person, and just flown it in and put it in the radial mast. We don't need the Strand power if we can just actually take it out in the first place. But even, like, discounting the fact that we could have just blown it up, why did it have to be a guy? Why did Rohan have to blow himself up? There was no point to this. Rohan was around for, like, several hours of story and then blew himself up, and we were all expected to be, like, our ghost starts saying shit like, you know, Rohan always used to say, headstrong and empty-handed. I'm like, how the fuck do you know that, Ghost? You knew this man for as long as I did, and he barely said fucking 6 words to us. Like, if they had kept Rohan around for a couple seasons and then he had sacrificed himself for some other thing, or God forbid he actually just fucking die of natural causes, like, that would have been actually somewhat reasonable. But no, Rohan has to immediately go in and sacrifice himself mid-expansion to do fucking nothing, to blow up a relic that we don't know what it does, to activate a thing that we don't know what that does either. So we get a little bit of extra time because the radial mast has been stopped, but Callus is now trying to get to the veil directly. So we master Strand in an 80s training montage where we learn that actually we just gotta kind of go with the flow, man, which Nimbus was telling us since minute fucking 1. So, like, I don't even know what to tell you, man. Nimbus was telling us how to make this shit work from the beginning, and Osiris just wasn't listening. So it's just like, okay, yeah, maybe Osiris is a motherfucker. He's been yelling at me for like 8 hours now, and I don't know why he's been yelling. Because honestly, I was kind of here to go with Nimbus's plan for this whole thing, and you know what, whatever, man. Just move on. It doesn't matter. Callus is just not showing up through most of this, and Callus's daughter is here to even try to stop him from getting to the veil, and you kind of fight alongside her to try to defend the door from everything that's going on, and that you're just like, yeah, we can stop them from getting in, and then Callus just jumps out of his ship and punches through the roof without the rest of his forces, and you're like, oh, okay, so I guess us defending the door didn't really matter because Callus just got into the room anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the Guardian runs in alone while Kaido holds off the rest of the reinforcements that are inside, and eventually we make our way to Callus, who is just trying to get access to the veil, which is a big glowing thing thing that seems to have roots coming out of it or something like that. We're like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, we'll just, we'll stop Callus from getting access to the Veil, and that'll be able to stop whatever's going on here. So we managed to kill Callus. And then Nimbus pops down and is just like, and he tries to actually, like, fist bump the Guardian and Keitel, like, hey, the uglier they are, the harder they fall, right? And I don't think, like, they know. I don't think Nimbus knows that was Keitel's father that they were quipping about right in front of her, but it just kind of hits with a bad taste in the mouth when you know exactly what's happening there. So the Guardian gives them a little hesitant fist bump. Meanwhile, the Guardian's ghost is flying up to the Veil and going, yes, I'm under control of the Witness now. And then Osiris, who isn't even in the scene, calls in, is just like, stop your ghosts, they're going to establish the link that the Radio Master's going to establish. And I'm like, what the fuck does that do? Why can my ghost do that? What's going on? So the Guardian can't take the shot to kill their ghost because it's their fucking ghost. Of course they can't. Nimbus flies in, grabs the ghost, kind of takes a bit of a hard tumble, and then we're like, oh, what just happened? The ghost managed to establish the link, and they're like, we just lost. And it's been like several days in the story at this point, right? Cut back to, you remember when I told you to remember that shutter closed at the very beginning of Lightfall? That shutter opens. And Zavala, Mara, and Ikora are still standing there looking at the Witness and the Traveler right there. And the Witness goes, we are all victim to the cruelties of life, you more than most. I'll bring it to an end or some shit like that. And they draw a triangle on the Traveler and they fly through that triangle portal that they make. And then it drops you off in the tower. Straight up, nothing else. It just drops you in the tower. There's no additional dialogue. You wander up to Zavala to talk to him about it, and Zavala's like, damn, the Traveler's dead. And I'm like, is that what just happened? Because that did not feel like what was just happening here. I did not feel like, from watching this, the Traveler just died in front of me. I feel like Triangle Man made a shape. So, what actually happened was Lightfall and the Final Shape were originally one expansion, and that thing with the triangle was probably going to be the opening cutscene for the Final Shape, or the original Lightfall, which was going to be what is now the Final Shape. So they had to like conjure an expansion from thin air in the course of a year, where there was previously going to be several years of preparation. So the story kind of had to go nowhere because they couldn't really do anything with it. So we do have to get more story development over the course of the year to try to find out what's going on with the Witness, because we don't actually know what's going on with the Witness. We don't know what's going on with the Veil, and we don't know what's going on with the Traveler, that it feels like it's dead. So everybody's saying like the Traveler's dead, and then actually the ghost pops in like, well, and actually it's not dead. It's more like it's screaming in pain. And we're like, that's not much better, buddy. You didn't have to tell us that. One of the people who's been alive since Destiny 1, who's very close to Zavala, Amanda Holiday, dies. Zavala takes this very hard and is kind of even more like disillusioned with like being the immortal and like mortals having to watch everybody he loves die. He like kind of backslides a little bit after the therapy that he got from speaking to his wife back in Nightmare Season and her eventually forgiving him and telling him to move on. It's the Halo 2 of Destiny. Fuck, it really is. They did it again. Crow had a romance thing going on with Amanda as well, so Amanda's death hits Crow pretty hard. We all fuck up a flagship together as a big party, and like we do some stuff, but don't really worry about it. It's fine. So anyway, inside of the Moon Titan, which has been brought back out of its 8-ball corner pocket. Back ages ago when the pyramid ships were first showing up to the system, the Drifter says to us, you ever hear about the long boy in the soup on Titan? And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, oh yeah, there's like a big snake down there in the soup on Titan. And we're like, Drifter. And Eris is just like, Rat, what the fuck are you talking about? We're like, Drifter, you have to talk straight. He's like, whatever, man, I guess I'm the weird one. So anyway, we get over to Titan, which has come back from its 8-ball corner pocket. And it turns out there is a Leviathan, like the one who is on Fundament that talked to Orash and Zero and Sathona back in the day before they became the Hive Gods. There's just a straight-up Leviathan who is apparently a divergent species of the Worm Gods and can do the same sort of thing. Just chilling in the sea. It's just chilling on Titan. How the fuck did it get to Titan? Don't ask questions. Don't worry about it. Don't ask any questions. So her name is Asa, and she has memories of the Witness's original civilization. And as it turns out, we finally get some lore on what the Witness is. The Witness was probably the very first species uplifted by the Traveler. After the Traveler failed to give the Witness any answers as to the meaning of life or what their direction should be, they decided to take it upon themselves to force an answer. So they found the Veil, which is like a dark counterpart to the Traveler, where the Traveler can interact with physical things, the Veil can interact with mental ones. So like the Traveler can create energy or matter and things like that, whereas the Veil can actually manipulate like the nature of reality sort of thing. So they use the Veil, and they're just like, well, if we use the Veil and we connect it to the Traveler, we'll be able to remake the entirety of creation into one sufferingless world. Because, and this is told about more with the like backstories of the Witness and everything, the Witness's species originally had like 3 major factions, and they were kind of an uplifting civilization. They had like do you all know Halo? Do you all know the mantle of responsibility for Halo, which states is the responsibility of more advanced civilizations to care for less advanced civilizations until they're ready to join the spacefaring civilization and join the Forerunners in the first place? Or not the Forerunners, the Covenant. You all know that? You know how the Covenant is a bunch of alien races that are kind of together who are supposed to defend, like, those who cannot yet, like, make spacefaring civilization from other spacefaring civilizations that would cause them harm. Like, it's a responsibility to protect those who are weaker than them. What if, like, the mantle of responsibility was parsed through the lens of the Anti-Spiral or Hermes' Final Fantasy XIV? Right? What if it was just this incredibly nihilistic negative? There is never going to be a point to anything, and there's always going to be suffering, so we have to end suffering, right? What if that's going to happen? Well, under that argument, the Witness's civilization, after they've purged all of the people that do not agree with them, use the Veil to mind meld themselves into a single entity, which is now the Witness. So the Witness is kind of anti-spiraling, right? The Witness is kind of like, it is a collective civilization that has all sacrificed itself to be a single entity that is absolutely fucking dedicated to following that stupid ball and getting it to stop doing its shit. Yeah, some kind of mega mind, many minds into a single mega mind or something like that. We do this by fighting against Xivu Arath's forces. We hear Xivu Arath talking to us for the first time, and she kind of sends us the message of, hey, what's up, bitch? You're fighting, aren't you? I love that. I love fighting. If you're fighting for me. Don't you know that? If you're doing any war at all, I think that's cool tribute. So yeah, the Witness's civilization all got like pulled into one, and the Traveler was just kind of, they were the first civilization to find the Traveler. The Traveler existed before them, which does mean that if the Witness was the one to send us that, like, that book back during the pyramid ship time, that apocrypha about the winnower and the gardener, that means that's all bullshit. That's just apocrypha. It's not real. It means there was an incredibly powerful orb that managed to seed life, but that the civilization that was trying to chase it was ultimately just like some motherfuckers that were trying to like get life and raise it there, and eventually the life ended with killing each other. And like there were just some very, you know, sad and depressed people that eventually went, you know what, no, we're ending it. We're going to stick everything to a sufferingless single moment, some kind of time compression. Meanwhile, on Neomuna, Osiris is doing some research on the Veil and discovers that the Veil is like, yeah, the mental side of the Traveler's physical side. And one of the Veil's main researchers, Chioma Essie, and her wife Maya Sundaresh, who was a Foundation researcher, had been doing lots of... Chioma was a little bit disturbed by all of the unethical experimentation Maya was doing with the thing, and eventually Maya does just a little version of what Megamind did. It makes a tiny little like conglomerate of minds and sticks it into an exobody named Lakshmi 2, the racist from the season of the We're Killing Quria and There's an Incredible Night. Like, do you remember that? Do you remember the racist that was raising all of those problems about the Elixni and then opened a portal to try to... Turns out that was a brain copy, mind melded with a bunch of dead Exo, copied of Maya Sundaresh, who is real and was on Neomuna at some point. So she was not the racist one. It was just a conglomeration of a bunch of different minds that kind of made that single exo out of its gourd. But also, Maya was extremely going in on the unethical experimentation. She and Clovis would have gotten along great. So her wife said, I'm asking for a divorce, and that's pretty much where it ended. Fast forwarding just a little bit, we meet Amaru again, Savathun's ghost. Because all ghosts are sentient, they can talk, they're little guys. Savathun's ghost is kind of like, hey, I'm walking here. What the fuck is wrong with you? You people are so weak and stupid and all that. Like, what if Kugrash was mean? So what they do is they decide, okay, well, we need to find some way to fight against Xivu Arath on an equal plane. So we are going to raise up Eris into a new hive god, since there's an empty spot there right now, and the Guardians kill a lot of shit. So we actually start tithing a bunch of sacrifices to Eris, and Eris goes, okay, I'm doing it. I'm the hive god of vengeance. I'll take up this mantle very, very unwillingly, except, like, she seems kind of into it, and we're like, is she actually just going to become a new hive god, though? She eventually raises Savathun, and Savathun goes, oh, Eris, you're looking lovely in the new chitin, honey, and Eris kills the shit out of her and goes, great. Nobody's taken Savathun's power since the first time she died, because I know our Guardians aren't doing it. And I just have all of the power that I already had from the Guardians tithing murder to me for, like, quite a bit of time against some of Xivu Arath's strongest forces. So now, with this power, I, Hive God of Vengeance, cut off Xivu Arath's credit card. So Xivu Arath is cut off from her throne world, which means she no longer has access to the tithing system, and it means she no longer has any sort of, like, functional immortality. And we're like, oh, we just have one mortal hive god left, except she's really good at war. We don't have to go to her, like, which means also she can't teleport people here because she doesn't have, like, a subspace teleport to get us here. We're like, oh, that's great. And then Savathun's just like, oh, yeah, no, I'm going to duck out now. Y'all take easy. I left you a gift in my house. And we're like, what do you mean you left a gift in your house? And we go in and there's an Ahamkara egg, a wish dragon egg, just sitting on this throne. And we're just like, this is a complication we didn't need, but we did hunt a species of sentient creatures to extinction, and this is our chance to undo that. So, we summon back the spirit of Riven, the wish dragon who was taken a while ago, and we're just like, hey, we found an egg. I think you may have kids around. And she's just like, oh shit, my kids are here? Yeah, hold on. I will grant you a wish to get you into the portal if you get all of my kids back for me from where they're scattered around, like, subspace. And we're just like, fuck, this is gonna take, like, a solid 6 months. So we managed to fight our way through all of that. Meanwhile, the Vex are trying to make another Black Heart. We can't fucking stop them from doing it. And it turns out that the Black Heart is a copy of the Veil. Or, like, a failed copy of the Veil that the Witness tried to have the Vex make. He's like, here's the schematics, go for it, little guys, and then they just really fucked it up. So we managed to get everything back. We managed to get all the eggs back. We find out that Riven had a mate a while ago who sacrificed himself to scatter these eggs to the winds so they would survive the Ahamkara hunt. And then we start defending the last city, because we figure out that we can send exactly one person into this heart, and we're like, well, who can we do? And everybody looks at the Guardian, and Crow's like, no, wait. I have the twinsies bond with Mara Sov, and she's an incredibly powerful figure. If we manage to use our twinsies bond to, like, map out a path for everybody else to follow, we could send more than one person. So send me first and use me as an anchor to pull everybody else through. And everybody's like, that's shockingly reasonable. You're going to be alone for a bit. Is that okay for you? And he's like, yeah, I should be okay with that. So he manages to get through the portal, but not before having a little talk with his sister. You know, he's standing by their old throne room, and he's just like, hey, I just, you know, we did a lot of shit, huh? Back when I was me and you were, not nearly as magnanimous as you are now. She's like, yeah, if you could change anything, would you? And he's like, yeah, I wish I hadn't killed Cade. And then Riven, who has disguised herself as Mara, is just sitting there going, you wish, huh? Can do. And he's like, what? She's like, nothing. That's a very sweet thing to say. Good luck on the mission. And he's like, thanks. So Crow goes into the Pale Heart and immediately gets shot at by Cade Six, who is standing inside of this literal afterlife going, I'm not quite sure how I'm here. I think because this is an afterlife, and he's about to kill the shit out of Uldren because he's, well, that's Uldren Sov. That's the guy that killed me. Before Glint pops out, and Crow's just like, Cade, you can't be here. You died. And Cade's looking at the ghost. He's, you too. All right. He just, where it took everybody else like 6 to 8 months to get over the fact that Cade's murder is here, Cade himself is just like, all right, fuck it, new person. Tabula rasa, motherfucker. Stand up, let's go. So now Cade Six and Crow are hanging out in the portal. We're trying to figure out a way to get everybody else through the portal, and that's going to happen on Tuesday. The Witness is in the Traveler trying to set about one final calcified shape of reality. And that's pretty much it. All of the loose ends tied up. There's still a couple of things happening, but like everything makes sense, right? Wrong. Listen to me very closely. The Witness does not talk like a used car salesman. The Witness does not have some kind of... It's not magnificent. The stated, like, okay, if we assume that the Witness just fucking lies whenever, then okay, yeah, this all makes sense. But if we assume that the Witness wouldn't have any reason to lie to Oryx like that, the Witness doesn't have that kind of eloquence to it. So either it's about to get way cooler over the course of this expansion, or the Witness isn't the person that sent us those notes, and the Witness isn't the person that spoke to Oryx all those years ago when he called for God. In which case, it's not only like possible, but plausible that there is in fact a winnower and a gardener who do exist and who are out there. And if the winnower is out there, then there's a chance that I get my sleazy used car salesman as an antagonist. And God, I want that. I want that so bad. So with that said, that is Destiny up to this point.
Sounds like Destiny to me.
Does anyone have any questions? Also, this is the Guardian theme. If you ever hear that, that's the Guardian theme.
That's a proof of a hero.
Is Failsafe ever going to get off that planet? This is our proof of a hero, yep. Is Failsafe ever going to get off that planet? Yes, she appears to be at least partially in the Titan's new exotic armor. Are we sure Tannix is dead? Until proven otherwise. When do we go into a really big hole? Probably Tuesday. Just got here in the last 5 minutes. Can you please repeat all the things you said about the stuff? No. How many Tannix was that? Okay, so we had Tannix... and then Tannix died to Cade, so that's 1 death. And then Tannix killed Andal, and then he was killed by the Guardians. That's 2 deaths. Then Tannix was brought back as Tannix Perfect and killed again. That's 3 deaths. And the Nightmare of Tannix came back. That's 4 deaths. And then Tannix Reborn came about. That's 5 deaths. So 5. There were 5 deaths of Tannix. Did Mara kill Savathun or just reset her respawn timer? Eris killed Savathun to take some power, and Savathun immediately rezzed again. Because there is no respawn timer within, like, the context of situations like that. They can just get back up. But she was doing she was cheating, essentially, based on the Hive's power structure and how they calculate who can do what based on their abilities. She was taking all of the leftover power that Savathun had from before she became a Lightbearer and spending it to cut off Zivorat's credit card.
They have
Did
to
Ash-
make Taniks come back one more time because they're adding a 6th class into Destiny, which therefore means it has to die a 6th time.
No,
That's how it
seven.
works.
7 is their number. 7 is the Bungie number. He has to die 7 times.
All
How the
well,
fuck
then
are they
he comes back
going-
twice?
How the fuck are they going to handle Zavala? I think he's going to be tempted by the darkness, and either we are absolutely betrayed and he does ultimately end up falling to the darkness and we have to kill him, or more likely, he comes very close and maybe even actively antagonizes us for a bit before eventually pulling it back around, and I'm hoping that that's what happens. Did Asher's probe ever amount to anything? Asher's probe figured out that the pyramid ships were not actually stopping. Asher tried to fire a cannon shell at the pyramid ship the moment it first showed up. Like, he built a railgun and fired it over coffee. And when that didn't work, he used the railgun to fire a probe. And then when that didn't work, he ended up firing a receiver that briefly connected to the probe to reveal that none of the things are hitting them. They're all just being teleported somewhere else. So, Asher figured out that the pyramid ships were kind of fucking with him. He is currently in the middle of the Vex network, and he managed to... Ashermere did some truly outrageous shit in his years of life. Nothing he ever did compared to accurately simulating or accurately predicting the Veil, a paracausal entity, with purely causal logic. He, in the Vex system, where he was limited to non-magic means, managed to build a functional theoretical replica of the Veil, which is some wild shit. Remember when Nimbus tried to fist bump Keitel after you murdered her father? I mentioned that. I talked about that. Were you not paying attention for the past 4.5 hours? Who was the 3rd strongest Taniks? If you ask them, they would all say they were. Did we find out what the statues in the pyramids are yet? They appear to be just like representations of the dead members of the Witness's race. Number 1 takeaway, Taniks has that dog in him. Yes, correct. If you started tipsy, are you sober now? I do not drink enough to be sure, but I have a little bit of a headache, so maybe?
Have you had water this whole time as well?
I'm through most of my big cup of water. What's your favorite one-off minor henchman boss in terms of character and lore? Fuck, one-off? Does it have to be one-off? Can I not pick Taniks? I'm gonna say Kel'Garath, just because he might as well be a one-off for as much as he's accomplished. If not Taniks, then I think that Alakul, the Darkblade, the guy who served Oryx, tried to challenge Oryx for the throne and failed and got locked in a lightless cell, who was then resurrected as Taniks the Lightblade, or not Taniks the Lightblade, another Taniks. No, he was resurrected as Alakul the Lightblade. I think the Lightblade is really fucking funny. The fact that Savathun found one of her brother's biggest, like, competitors for the throne and went, "You're alright, here's a ghost." And, like, the ghost had to agree to it, but the fact that it still happened is very funny to me personally. What should you do with all these legendary shards? There may be if you can find a 4 enhancement or a 4 masterwork gun from Banshee, that is like a 50% conversion rate to enhancement cores. By the way, if you have not already gotten your strong gear from the power chest in the Brave Arsenal, that's like 100 enhancement cores for desynthing, all that stuff. Did we ever figure out what the Drifter's deal was with the Dredgen and the 9? The Drifter was a Dredgen for a bit. The Drifter's done a lot of shit. The Drifter was a Dredgen for a bit, left the Dredgens, got threatened by them because they thought they were hot shit, and one of the Drifter's somebody the Drifter loved dearly, a former Guardian, is now the voice of the 9, essentially, the emissary for the 9. Someone by the name of Orin. So the Drifter is close to the person who used to represent the 9 and kind of resents them for taking her back. Do I have a favorite raid theme? Yes, Rolk's boss theme. Well, no, it's actually a toss-up. It's either... Shadow of what was? No. No, it's the Queen's Walk theme. What is it called? Shell of What Was. This one. Because this song plays as you're footballing a dragon's heart through a elf castle in the middle of a pocket dimension to try to have some witches cleanse the stank off of it. Also, I have a rocket launcher. It's just the actual, but actual like favorite theme, Rulk's theme is fucking incredible. The First Disciple. It starts with Savathun's theme. Oh no, it starts with the Darkness theme rather, and just kind of rolls in, and it sounds very menacing, and it's just got a, ooh, it's got that like menace to it. The chorus comes in. Who do I blame in lore for why the Luna's Howl roll won't drop? Nobody. Blame yourself or God. So you have all this theme, right? You have all this, you're trying to get him vulnerable, you're trying to fight him all the way to a damageable phase, you're trying to do all of that. And then at the end of all of that, right? You finally... You finally get him vulnerable and your theme starts playing. And then you get to deal damage to him. It's so sick. Hold on. Let me actually see if I can find... Final boss fight, no commentary. Okay, perfect. Hold on. Let me switch to monitor view and pop over to the right-hand side here. So... you can kind of see the encounter going. You have everything that's happening. That's Rulk, by the way. He's just sitting over there. Like I said, he's got those like horse legs to him, and he's like 8 feet tall, and he just kind of menacingly walks at you, and if he gets close enough, he kicks you, and it's fantastic. He also talks shit the entire fight, which, like, God, we need more villains to just talk shit their entire fight. So you get forward, you manage to deal some damage to him. You finally get him vulnerable, and then... the moment he's damageable, your theme starts playing, and then you just have to fucking go. He is an ultra kill boss. He's an ultra kill boss in Destiny. 100%. Minos is here to kick you to death.
From what I grasp from the entire story about this guy in particular is that in practice it seems like he's very, very, very memorable, but also was only actually in the story for like a few hours.
He was in the story for one raid.
Yeah.
And it is honestly one of those situations where, like, he was technically...
really well for it.
Yes. Like, he could have been an antagonist for much longer. But he fucked around and he found out, and now he's a tree.
Deathblight.
Deathblight. 100%. But yeah, actually, hold on. Let's Cade and Ultra and Crow. Hold on. Let me find the new cutscene. Here's the cutscene of when Uldren sorry, Crow falls into the Pale Heart. Just full on, he flew a ship into that. Double jump to avoid the fall damage. He's smart about that. And he's just, oh, I'm here inside the Traveler. Cool. All right, time to figure out what to do. And then immediately he starts getting shot at. Fucking instantly. Moment one. Unfortunately, he's not a very good, so he doesn't quite dodge into cover. He has to, like, kind of keep going, and then he hits the wall, and he has to, like, duck around. Meanwhile, whoever's on the other side can pinpoint a trip mine grenade. And he's like, oh shit, that's Cade 6. Wait, huh? Wait, that's the boy. And Cade's like, oh, that's the motherfucker that killed me. Oh, that's not the motherfucker that killed me.
You died.
So did you. Yeah, I don't have to call you Prince anymore, do I?
That's it. June 4th. Dudes rock. And if you want more details than this, there is a 10-hour, 1 minute and 12-second video from Bife going over the entirety of the story that I just told you. So Godspeed, everybody.
10 hours?
10 hours.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, don't worry. It's only 9:59:22 without the advertisement.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Oh my god. Funny thing, I work a 12-hour shift, so I'll have Bife with me today for 75% of my workday. Oh no, the kids aren't all right. They think that 75% of 12 is 10.
As someone who works out 4 times a week by working out every other day of the week.
No! Please, no. I can't do this again. You were the dumbest boy alive. There is, however, one other thing that I think that I should properly bring up.
Mm-hmm.
They have actively said that the theme that they're kind of going off of for this, like the thing that they are doing for this expansion, the line that kind of led them to where they're going with the plot currently, is from the Vault of Glass raid. And it's the line, Guardians make their own fate, right? Which leads me to believe that what is going to happen is that at some point the final shape is actually going to become finalized, but that it is only going to be by our force of will that we manage to push through and make our own fate. Like, there's going to be a big moment that is essentially the same as like the we're being crystallized by stasis moment at the end of Shadowkeep, at the end of Beyond Light. But instead, it's going to be everything is actually bad and the Witness has actually finished their final shape, but we're going to push through it and do our own thing anyway. Same ending as Star Ocean till the end of time. Maybe, kinda.
Don't even acknowledge that post that I just made.
I am not acknowledging it. I do not see it.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Who the fuck's that horse?
There's just a horse inside of Rulk's ship. So it's Rulk's horse.
Oh.
He has horse legs.
Bang.
Maybe they're in his family. It's his cousin.
Makes sense. A horse that ran a game show.
Oh shit, wrong horse. Okay, so the Star Horse.
Oh, I didn't know that this was 2 different horses. Sorry.
Oh, there was just a statue of a horse in Rolk's ship. I thought that's the one you were talking about because Brian likes that
How
horse.
would I have known about that, Emily? I don't play Destiny.
We raid on stream sometimes. I don't know. Brian's always talking about the horse when we're in there. So the Star Horse is some kind of vaguely continuity breaking extra dimensional entity that is making us play in a game show.
All right, good. So we have the same amount of knowledge about the horse.
And Zur is their co-host. Zur, who is an agent of the Nine and has tentacles for face and sells me weapons every weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But
weapons.
they were
Sounds like it's pretty
responsible
alright.
for they were responsible for me getting the Halo 2 pistol. So who could say whether it is good or bad? Right?
The Halo 2 pistol?
Halo 1 pistol, sorry, the Forerunner.
Okay. Because, like, yeah, if it was the Halo 2 pistol, I was like, I don't know, it's not that great. But the Halo 1, absolutely. All right, let's go.
Yeah, it is so good that it's an exotic weapon in Destiny. You can only equip one exotic weapon at a time, and this one just fucks up anybody that does not have a shield on. Like,
Exactly
instantly.
as it should be. Good.
Just really... Oh yeah, and if you get a kill with it, you get the Rock, which is a fragmentation grenade that you throw Halo style. It's good. It is definitely a testament to the fact that we are still running on the Halo Reach engine, and it has been over a decade.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when you're talking about functionally MMOs, about the Forces of Light and Darkness, those only run on incredibly old engines.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Until they do a remake.
It's weird
and
that
then
it's happened twice, etc., etc.
If I had a nickel. But yeah, that is that's the whole story of Destiny. Y'all are caught up. You're ready for Tuesday. So now if I tell you that Taniks is back, you know enough to pop off. I will. I love that guy. He's an asshole. I hate him. Can't wait for him to come back. Fuck you, and I'll see you on Tuesday. Yeah, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. This is longer than I usually go for this sort of thing, to be sure. But it has definitely been a good time. I think I'm going to raid you all over to Skybills, who's doing Poke